Good morning, everyone. If people want to grab some last coffees and breakfast, we're going to get started here in a minute. Thank you to everybody who's in the room. We also have a number of people who are online, and so we really appreciate folks that are both here in person with us and also Zooming in. We are really excited to launch this symposium today on sustainability governance in the Anthropocene. We're going to have a jam-packed schedule today with speakers, and then over the next couple of days, we're going to have smaller group discussions. And all of this is aimed at developing a center here at Rutgers on sustainability and governance in the Anthropocene. So we're really excited to have you here today. But to start off with, I want to introduce Dean Laura Lawson, who is the Executive Dean here at SEBS, the School of Environmental and Biological Sciences, and also the New Jersey Extension Station, to open us up today. So welcome, Laura.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the Sustainability Governance in the Anthropocene Symposium and Planning Workshop. This is a first. It is a very exciting gathering of this group, and it's a very exciting kind of mark of where things need to go to really resolve some of the issues that we're facing today. I'm excited that this is being sponsored by the Rutgers Climate and Energy Institute, which is a new institute at Rutgers that grew out of the dedication and passion of many faculty over many years that had been involved in other institutes and centers, from Rutgers Energy Institute, Rutgers Climate Institute, the Center for Environmental Prediction, the Institute for Earth, Ocean, and Atmospheric Science, and many others, and really coming together to take on some of these interdisciplinary challenges and to not kind of isolate them in one space, but to realize that they're all interconnected, which this topic today really expresses it more than anything. You know, when we talk about sustainable, the three words in there, right? Sustainability, governance, and the Anthropocene kind of say it all, right? These are all big, interdisciplinary, very connected, very complex issues. And you guys have to solve it in the next 3 days. So I want to just acknowledge that this is a pretty exciting opportunity, and we're delighted to have you here. I should also mention that the Rutgers Climate and Energy Institute is the first initiative from the Chancellor out of our academic master plan, and is really the model that has now set the precedents for other initiatives at the campus in terms of where we see opportunities for interdisciplinary scholarly excellence. So again, having this as one of the events that marks the beginning of this effort is truly phenomenal. So providing welcomes at lectures and symposiums is really a special treat for a dean, because you get out of your office, you get to see people, and join together around this kind of shared learning that happens in these spaces. And it's really important because everyone needs a little time out from their very busy schedules and all the things that are waiting for you back at the office or waiting for you back at home or wherever it is that you work, to come together and think big for a little while, and then bring that back into inspiring you in your daily work. I want to thank the organizers for this event. So Rachel, Pam, Marjorie, Julie, I'm sure I'm forgetting other people that have been heavily involved in it. Thank you for pulling this together and bringing our invited guests. Thank you to our guests for coming from other countries and far away to be part of this. It's greatly appreciated. And so with that, I will do as I'm told to do, which is welcome, and have a wonderful day, have a wonderful symposium, and thank you for coming.
Great, thank you so much, Dean Lawson. So now I'd like to introduce Julie Lockwood, who is the Interim Director of the Rutgers Climate and Energy Institute, which you've just heard from Dean Lawson, is really a new, exciting amalgamation of things that have been going on and taking it in new directions. So we're really, really happy to have RCEI be part of this initiative and help us with this workshop. So I'll turn it over to Julie.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Good morning again. So I'm here to remind you or introduce you to the Rutgers Climate and Energy Institute and also express our joy, I guess, in having the sustainability and governance in the Anthropocene being one of our kickoff initiatives within RCEI. So the background, which Laura gave she stole my thunder, that's okay, is that RCEI is the result of combining three sort of legacy institutes, the Climate Institute, Energy Institute, and Earth, Ocean, Atmospheric Sciences, all of which sort of grew up, I would say, grassroots from our faculty across all of Rutgers, including some of the other campuses, not just New Brunswick, recognizing that climate change has remarkably simple physical explanations, but incredibly complex implications. All the way from the biological to the social, to the cultural, to the economic, to human health, all of it. So there's really not a part of Rutgers where we're not, or could not at least, be thinking about the effects of climate change, how we respond to climate change, and then what we're gonna do in terms of devising and testing out solutions, becoming more resilient to climate change, and so forth. So we decided that together we can do more than we can individually, so that we had kind of grassroots gotten to the point where it was time to combine and see what we could do together. And in fact, it was recognizing that that complex of a question or that complex of a problem demanded that we actually talk to each other, right? And not just talk to each other occasionally, but really talk to each other. And have some times, like today, and like we did a little bit earlier this last week, to informally share our expertise, share our dreams, our expectations, the crazy idea that we've been harboring for a little while but need a partner to help jump off that ledge with us, right? So what are those, what do they look like, and how do they come together? And RCEI keeps as our mission creating chances for those conversations to happen and then following through to help those ideas come to fruition. And that may be through outreach events, that could be through funding those research initiatives, that could be a lot of different, could be creating some educational or other pathways within Rutgers. So that's our goal. We have 4 areas, sort of focus areas within RCEI, including Earth System Sciences, the human dimensions of mitigation, resilience, and adaptation, the role of the humanities and the arts and climate communication, and energy conservation and renewable energy production. So those are the 4 sort of areas. We kind of organize ourselves by those. And this one, well, anything that happens within those is going to be inherently interdisciplinary, but this one sort of falls clearly within the human dimensions piece of that. So I want to thank Rachel Schwalm actually for being the area lead for that and getting us through the first year and helping organize this and kind of bring some of those perspectives into our planning and ramping up. I don't know if it's good or bad that we're the first out of the gate in setting this model. If you're in our staff meetings sometimes, you might question whether or not it's a good idea, but we think ultimately it's a good idea and that we've managed to be able to achieve some success towards where we're going. And we look forward to what's happening next year as well and welcoming more of these institutes in with us that we can work with them. So with that, I'll just say thank you. Thanks to Marjorie, to Oliver, to Matt for helping do a lot of the on-the-ground organization, for Pam and Rachel for bringing this to us and letting us really help you and sort of realizing your vision. I look forward to working with some of you guys. It's nice to see some of you outside of a Zoom box. Somebody said, now I know what you look like in 3D. And I think we'll have a great week. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Julie. So I think I failed to introduce myself earlier, but I'm Pam McElwee. So I'm a professor in the Department of Human Ecology, and together with Rachel Schwalm, who's also in Human Ecology and currently chair of our department, we are the principal investigators for the grant that has brought us here today. As you can see, we're funded by the National Science Foundation, And it's a brand new program, so it's a very exciting chance to bring us all together today. And that is this new program called Catalyzing Human-Centered Solutions Through Research and Innovation in Science, the Environment, and Society, or CRISES, the CRISES grants. So the goal of this program is to fund new centers that are going to catalyze new research and research-based innovations to address seemingly intractable problems that confront our society. And so the idea is that these centers might be focused on things that are affecting fundamental quality of life issues. Those can be the environment, they can be workforce and economy, they can be about equity and access to opportunities or well-being. So our planning grant was funded last summer, and it's around the idea of building a center on sustainability and governance in the Anthropocene. And so that's why we have invited all of you here today to help us listen to speakers today and then think about what this center might do going forward. And we really proposed it because we understand how important these current crises facing the planet, like whether it's climate change, as Julie was just saying, or biodiversity loss, or unsustainable development. These are all accelerating and they're all driven by human activity. But designing policies and managing these planetary scale problems in a comprehensive, integrated, and just and equitable way has been extremely difficult. And so that is the challenge that we hope we can think about and think through over the next couple of days. Today, certainly, we're going to hear about it from our three speakers. But we're going to have a smaller group of folks that's going to stay on for the next couple of days to really plot out and plan what a center might actually look like. And we've posed some questions to some small groups, working groups, to help us think through some of these dilemmas, how we can have policies that address interlinked challenges, how they can draw on the best available science, while also ensuring that they don't create unintended consequences, especially for people who are already vulnerable. And there was actually a recent book that was just published about a month ago. Some of you may have seen it because it was reviewed in Science. It's called Children of a Modest Star, Planetary Thinking for an Age of Crises. And right in the introduction to this book, they presented a really interesting dilemma, which I think animates our work here today. And that is, quote, "The present global system of governance was developed during the 20th century to facilitate the integration and interaction of nation states, especially around economic cooperation and international peace and security. It was and is designed, therefore, to represent the interests of its member states in international forums. It is fundamentally not geared towards planetary challenges. For many of the most pressing challenges that we now face, the existing structures of governance are simply not fit for purpose." So that is what is animating us, which is to say, what would be fit for purpose? We purposely decided to focus on a couple of small areas. They're content areas that Rutgers has traditionally had strengths in. That's around food systems, fisheries, and biodiversity. And so those are the three areas that we think this center could help us think through. What would make governance in those areas fit for purpose for the Anthropocene? So we've had a very small group of folks here at Rutgers over the last 5 years. I was trying to remember when we first started thinking about this. We had a small workshop here at SEBS in spring of 2019. We had folks from the Department of Human Ecology and Marine and Coastal Sciences, so just 2 departments for that one. We then got a seed grant from the Rutgers Global Office in February of 2020, so you can remember what was happening then. So we managed to finally pull off another event in fall of 22, which had expanded our reach to other campuses and other folks. And it was that core team that then put together the proposal to NSF last summer. So I'd like to thank the core members of the planning team that helped us get funded last summer. And so the planning team has included Julie Lockwood, who's with Ecology, Evolution, and Natural Resources, as well as RCEI, Bob Kopp, who's at Earth and Planetary Sciences, Marjorie Kaplan, who's at RCEI, then Victoria Ramenzoni, Kara Cute, Karen O'Neill, and Simi Payne, along with Rachel and I, who are in the Department of Human Ecology, Danielle Falzone, who is in Sociology, Kevin Riney, Kevin St. Martin, and Jesse Rodenbiker, who are all from Geography, and Andrea Restrepo-Meath, who's at the Blaustein School of Planning and Public Policy. So as you can see, this is a very diverse and multidisciplinary group with a lot of social sciences part of it. And that is really the core of this planning grant. And that is around using the tools of social science to help inform these planetary scale challenges. So we have asked all of our speakers that are going to be talking to us today to help us think through some of these governance challenges around problems of spatially and temporally distant and diffuse environmental impacts, novel conditions of deep uncertainty sometimes, the potential for irreversibility in some systems. How do we manage all of that complexity in ways that make our governance systems fit for purpose? So it's something I've been thinking a lot in my own work. I do a lot of work in addition to being a professor with the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, or IPBES. And we're going to be delivering a report at the end of this year to more than 150 governments to help advise on ways to manage across biodiversity, water, food, health, and climate in ways that help address intersections and interlinkages at the nexus of all of these issues. So selfishly, I am thrilled to have the next couple of days to be thinking about all of this because it's always on my mind. So before I turn over to our first speaker, I'd also like to acknowledge some travelers who've come fairly far who are going to help us over the next couple of days. And that includes Anton Eitzinger of GCIR. You can kind of wave if you're out there. Anna Zhu of Wageningen University. Prakash Kashwan of Brandeis University. Liz Gilmore of Carleton University. Josh Stahl of University of Maine. Melva Trevino Pena of University of Rhode Island. And Sam Belknap of the Island Institute. So they're going to be staying on with us the next couple of days, and we really appreciate their help in our working groups across food, fisheries, and biodiversity. So the last thing I want to say before I introduce Jennifer Clapp, our first speaker, is that in addition to this event this week, we're going to have a summer school for early career researchers, PhD students. That's going to take place in August. There's some flyers out on the registration desk. It has a link to the application. We're hoping this will be an annual thing that the eventual center can sponsor. So this year will be a bit of a trial. We're hoping to have a cohort of around 15 students here on the Rutgers campus, build connections and collaborations between students, do some trainings, work on proposal writing, and so forth. So please pick up information on that and encourage your students to apply. The application is due on May 15th. So with that, I would like to introduce our first speaker. We're going to have 3 speakers today. We've allocated plenty of time for questions and answers after their talks. So they're going to talk about 45 to 50 minutes each, and then we've got another half an hour or so for questions. And so hopefully there'll be plenty of time for interactions. So our first speaker this morning is Dr. Jennifer Clapp, who is a Tier 1 Canada Research Chair in Global Food Security and Sustainability and professor in the School of Environment, Resources, and Sustainability at the University of Waterloo in Canada. She's currently a member of the International Panel of Experts on Sustainable Food Systems and a member of the Scientific Advisory Committee of the UN Food Systems Coordination Hub. She's published widely on the global governance of problems that arise at the intersection of the global economy, food security, and food systems, as well as the natural environment. So some of her more recent books include Speculative Harvests, Financialization, Food and Agriculture, Food, Hunger in the Balance, The New Politics of International Food Aid, and then also a very classic work in environmental governance, Paths to Green World, The Political Economy of the Global Environment, which I know several of us here have taught from. So Jennifer's work has been widely recognized. She's a fellow of the Royal Society of Canada and the recipient of numerous awards, including the 2012 Award for Excellence in Food Studies from the Canadian Association for Food Studies, a 2013 Trudeau Fellowship, and the 2018 Inniskeren Medal by the Royal Society of Canada for her contributions to the social sciences. So many reasons why I've invited her to speak to us today and to launch our workshop. So Jennifer, welcome. So Matt, do I need to just progress? Oh, perfect. All right.
Okay.
There we go. So then you can do it here, I think.
Do it there.
Just do it there.
Okay.
So after you.
Thank you very much, Pam, for that very nice introduction. And I'm happy to be here today to talk about governance for sustainability within food systems. But first, I just wanted to congratulate Pam and Rachel and the other organizers on receiving this planning grant. It's a very exciting moment for you, I know, and it's exciting for all of us to be here to help you think through some of these big and complicated questions. So when we spoke about a month ago with Rachel and with Pam, with the speakers for today, we were all asked to quote, to speak about what keeps us up at night about these complicated issues. And well, a lot keeps me up at night, and I'm sure it keeps the other speakers up at night as well. But when we're talking about food systems, they're really complicated because we're talking about questions of nourishment, we're talking about questions of health, we're talking about questions of livelihoods, human rights, ecosystems, corporate interests, ideological debates, geopolitics, and more. It's a complicated picture. So to tackle this topic in the 45 minutes we've been allotted, and I hope I meet the goal of 45 minutes, I've organized my comments around three big questions. So these big questions are, first, what are the main challenges facing food systems today? Second, what have been the key governance responses at the global level to these challenges? And third, what are the lessons for sustainable food systems transformation from a governance standpoint? So here I'm going to try and get at some key lessons that we can draw from the experience. So I'll just plow forward here. And the first thing I want to talk about, as I said, is what are the main challenges facing food systems today? And I'm not going to spend a lot of time explaining what's on the slide here, but just to let you know, this is a depiction of what we called a sustainable food system from a report on which I was a lead with the high-level panel of experts on food security and nutrition, where we were trying to map out what happens within a food system. What are the key drivers that are affecting it? What are the stages through which food goes from production to consumption? What are the kinds of outcomes? How does it matter for policy, human rights, et cetera? And it's a complicated picture. And I'm going to touch on some of these issues, but obviously not, I probably can't get to all of them today. But as you can see, food systems, very complex, and it's important for us to dive a little bit deeper to understand the big challenges. But even before I'm going to do that, I want to say we have to remember a little bit of history. And as this is a land grant institution, maybe this is good to bring this up. But when we're talking about transformation of food systems today to be more sustainable and more equitable, we have to remember that food systems have gone through another transformation from around the early to mid 1800s to about the mid 1900s. And that was a massive transformation of food systems towards an industrial model. I mean, it began, I've got the picture here of, Cyrus McCormick's reaper machine, which was invented in the 1830s, and the sort of uptake of machinery got locked in with all kinds of other industrial developments in food systems, from the hybridization of seeds to monocultural production practices to the use of synthetic fertilizers, chemicals, et cetera. So that was a transformation of food systems. We went from small-scale farming, where nutrients were recycled on the farm, to one in which we had a completely industrial process. So what do we end up with today? It's a picture where we have highly mechanized agriculture, monocultural systems, synthetic fertilizers, pesticides, as I mentioned. We now have genetically modified seeds. We have long-distance food trade, large-scale animal operations, massive cold chain. It's, we rarely think about the cold chain, but I know we had yogurt this morning. It traveled through the cold chain. High levels of processing characterized by surplus, and also extensive lock-ins across this system. So I just wanted to remind everybody that when we're talking about some of the problems in food systems, a lot of those problems are arising from that previous transformation of food systems, and our goal is to transform food systems again to make them more sustainable and more equitable. So now I will get to what are the challenges facing us today within food systems. And this is a graphic from the report that comes out of the Rome-based agencies that deal with food, agriculture, and nutrition, and they put out an annual report, the State of Food Insecurity in the World, usually called the SOFI report for short, and it shows us some pretty alarming statistics. We have close to 800 million people in the world today who are chronically undernourished. We have around 2.7 billion people who face moderate or severe food insecurity, 3.1 billion people who could not afford a healthy diet in 2020, 1.9 billion who are overnourished, and around 1.5 billion who suffer from one or more forms of micronutrient deficiency. So it's a picture where we have a lot of insecurity around food in the world today. So when we think about the previous transformation of food systems, if the theory there was that we were going to produce more food and have surplus, bring down prices, and everybody's going to have enough to eat, well, we've learned from a century of experience it's a lot more complicated than that. It's not straightforward. Producing more food in and of itself is not going to address these questions of hunger, and it's introduced, as I've already mentioned, a lot of ecological issues. And so this situation that we have is worrying. It's worrying for the policymakers at the highest level because we have Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which is to end hunger and promote more sustainable food systems, and we're failing on that front. As you can see from the trajectories here, we're going in the wrong direction. So that's one element of food systems that has people worried. It's a very important element. But there are other aspects of food systems that exist today that we have to take account of because they are really important for us for understanding inequities in food systems today. So one of my specialties and research areas is about corporate concentration in food systems. And there's extreme concentration in food systems today when it comes to corporate involvement. We have corporations that are the top couple of firms dominating the majority of the market in seeds, agrochemicals, fertilizers, farm machinery, the grain trade. When we look at specific commodities, for example, bananas, 5 firms controlling almost 80% of the market. The beer sector is particularly concentrated. Soft drinks as well as food retail. I mean, I put here the stats for Canada, top 5 firms controlling over 75% of the market. And that's been a big concern because there's a huge issue right now. A lot of consumers in Canada are boycotting one of the major grocery retail stores because of this problem of food price inflation. So that is going on in the background of some of these problems. And we also have a situation where we know that livelihoods within food systems are highly precarious. Small-scale producers around the world face difficult market situations, and this is partly because of the subsidized industrial food system that is making abundant, cheap food, but it's pushing down prices and remuneration for small-scale producers, and that's only exacerbated by that corporate concentration. But there's also precarious livelihoods within those who are working as agricultural laborers, those who are working in food production and food processing, across migrant labor, et cetera. These are some of the world's most vulnerable workers who are facing difficult situations, low wages, low compensation for their production. And this is something we really have to be mindful of because 1/3 of humanity makes their livelihoods within food systems. It's huge. Sorry, I'm going through a litany of problems here. And then this slide. Yeah, we know that there are huge ecological implications of food systems as well. We know that food systems, for example, account for around 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions. And there's a bit of, it depends on what you're counting and how you're counting, but some estimates take it as high as 50%. Food systems also account for around 80% of deforestation, 70% of freshwater use. They account for 70% of terrestrial biodiversity loss, 50% of freshwater biodiversity loss, 52% of land degradation, and we know that over 1/3 of all food is wasted. So, and that contributes to the greenhouse gas emissions as well. So we might say some of these impacts would have occurred simply because of a growing world population and the expansion of agriculture. And that expansion of agriculture was basically leading to the destruction of forests and grasslands to make room for all of these large-scale agricultural farms. But at the same time, we know that industrialization, that transformation that I talked about from the 1800s to the mid-1900s, is a big reason why these impacts are so profound. And so this is a concerning situation, and I think this is my last litany of problems here. And as a part of this whole equation is that as we're experiencing climate change, global environmental change, food systems themselves are at risk. Climate change is especially threatening food systems right now. It's projected to lead to declines in production in certain parts of the world. We often think about, sub-Saharan Africa, for example, is slated to experience some of the greatest effects of climate change on food systems, but no part of the world is immune from these effects. We know, for example, in India a couple years ago was a major heat event that undercut a quarter of all wheat production, was destroyed because of that heat. We've had repeated droughts in the US, in Canada, and the Midwestern areas in recent years. These extreme climate events are leading to huge consequences for food systems. So it's a situation that's really precarious that we need to deal with. And I want to shift now to talk about some of the reasons why it's politically and in terms of governance been really difficult to deal with some of these issues. And a big reason, or a big thing we should keep in mind, is that food systems serve multiple functions in society. It's important to keep this in mind because when we think about stakeholders who are involved in conversations about governance, we have to remember who we're talking about and the roles that food plays. So we know first and foremost that food is a basic human need. As I noted already, we need it for nourishment. And it's also important to recognize that access to food is recognized internationally as a human right. There's a human right to food that has been agreed in UN documents. And so this is something that states need to uphold. And there's a whole UN special rapporteur on the right to food who goes around pointing at states who are not upholding the right to food. And it's important to keep that in mind. Food systems also provide diverse types of livelihood. As I've already mentioned, around a third of humanity derives their livelihood from food systems. And as I've already noted, food systems are deeply entrenched within ecosystems. And food is also a cornerstone of cultural norms and practices around the world. So it has these other meanings and significance. And finally, and this is really important, and this is the one I spend a lot of my time thinking about, food is also a commodity. It's sold and bought on the market. It's embedded in broader market systems. And this is why we have to think about this carefully, because this is where all these different stakeholders that I mentioned, all these different functions, there could be stakeholders who see food primarily as a means to earn, money, like big corporations, but there are others who see it as, significant for their cultural practices, others who see it as, their human right. And so there are different ideas out there about what is best for food systems, how do we transform them? And so there are many, I'm really interested in my own work on the different narratives and the different perspectives about food systems transformation. And I'm going to take a really complicated debate and narrow it down to 2 slides, given time. But there's, I would say, 2 prevailing ideas out there about how we are going to tackle these massive problems in food systems to make them more sustainable and more equitable. So one of those visions circles around this idea of precision technologies. Basically, the idea here is saying that industrialization of agriculture that I mentioned isn't something that you can easily reverse. We have an industrial food system. Yes, it has a lot of problems associated, especially ecological problems from too much use of pesticides and herbicides, too much tilling of the soil that's releasing carbon, too much monoculture that's threatening biodiversity. And so to deal with that set of ecological problems. In particular, the idea here is to utilize more modern technologies to make agriculture more efficient. So in other words, there's a whole push towards digital and AI technologies that, for example, can use satellites and soil sensing in a way that you could give a precise prescription to farmers about how much fertilizer they need on certain parts of their field, not even the whole field. You can actually make it really precise. This part of the field maybe needs a bit more fertilizer, this part a bit less. And so you can achieve efficiencies of resource use by using these modern technologies. There's also a lot of advances that are being made in seed research, where gene editing is increasing, using big data sets and computer-generated prescriptions for how to edit seeds to make them more precise. And there's even talk of editing seeds to work with specific soils and specific climates in specific farmers' fields. It's become that precise that this can be done, and this can help create crops that are more resistant to heat events, drought, et cetera. And this part of this is what we're seeing is this big movement, especially across North America in the last 20 years, of growing use of no-till agriculture, which is, again, trying to keep the carbon in the soil, and also combining with a rise, what we're seeing in recent years, of these soil carbon credit schemes that are really encouraging farmers to basically practice what some call climate smart agriculture. So this is one vision that's out there. And I would say it's a powerful vision. It's got the backing of some of the biggest ag corporations, the concentrated ones that I talked about. They see this as the future of agriculture, and of course, they're going to profit from it because they're selling you the technologies. And this is happening. It's happening not just in North America, but we're increasingly seeing digitized agricultural landscapes in many parts of the world, not just in Europe, but also in sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, et cetera. So this is something that is, I would say, a powerful vision being put forward. But there's a different vision that's running counter to that precision agriculture ideal, and that is what many call agroecology. And agroecology it's an idea that's been around for a very long time. Agroecology as a term has existed since at least the 1930s. And the idea of agroecology is really pursuing agriculture in a way that works with nature and not with these kind of external inputs that I was just talking about. It, in a way, sees corporate-dominated industrial agriculture as being problematic, so that the agroecology advocates see it as driving inequalities and environmental damage, and so instead they want to work with nature using certain principles. And I put the diagram from a recent report of the high-level expert panel author team on agroecology, and as you can see, it involves all kinds of aspects, from input reduction to soil health, to animal health, recycling, connectivity, economic diversity, participation, fairness, and justice. Like, there's a lot of ideas here that seeing this as a whole system transformation. And I really like their depiction on the left-hand side of the image here, where they say agroecology is not just about replacing some inputs with other inputs and keeping the system the same. If you really want to have a transformation, you've got to get to these different levels and see a complete system transformation. And so for this reason, a lot of advocates of agroecology say it's got multiple layers to it. It's a science, on the one hand, application of ecological concepts in agroecosystems, recycling, resource efficiency, et cetera. But it's also a set of practices: nutrient cycling, biological nitrogen fixation, improving soil structure, carbon sequestration, intercropping, composting, et cetera. And it's also a social movement. It's seen by social movements as advancing social justice concerns, and they define it as a political struggle. So there's a lot of elements here to this agroecology idea, and it sits in many ways in opposition to the precision idea. But I say that I made this complicated debate simplified here. But just so you know, there's actually interesting research going on right now among agroecology researchers about how they can make use of digital technologies to advance their vision. So it is a complicated debate, but it's an interesting one. I think this is one of the biggest fault lines going on in the field today when we're talking about these big problems. Okay, so now I'm going to shift to my next big question. How are governance, or how is governance responding at the global level to these kind of challenges? They're huge, huge challenges, and here I want to speak, there's many ways we could talk about governance. We could talk about governance-specific measures and initiatives, but I want to talk about what I know best, which is what's going on at the institutional level at the UN. And here I want to talk specifically about the Committee on World Food Security, because I spent 4 years sitting on the scientific science policy interface for the Committee on World Food Security, so I had an up-close look at what was going on there, especially through some really difficult years from 2019 to 2023. So what happened in that space? We had a global pandemic. We saw, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and also what's going on right now in Gaza. And so through these sort of crises, and we also had a food system summit in there from the UN, just to add to the complicatedness. So I had a front row seat to what was going on here, and I want to talk a little bit about how these governance institutions have been addressing these big, big problems. So first, as I said, I want to talk about the Committee on World Food Security. And here, I think the important things that I really wanted to stress is that this body, which we call the CFS for short, if you're not familiar with it, it's been around since 1974. It actually grew out of the 1970s food crisis when food prices were very high and commodity markets were very unstable, not that dissimilar to recent years, but this was going on in the 70s. And so they set up this body which had states as members, and the idea was to bring about policy convergence by getting states to come together and talk about how they're going to respond to these big issues that are threatening food insecurity in the world. That body, people went to Rome once a year and had their plenary meetings, probably had some nice meals out in Rome. But the body didn't accomplish very much in the sort of period from 1974 to the early 2000s. It became kind of a product of states. And Pam mentioned that in her introductory comments, where you can get these situations where you got member states looking out for their own interests. And this can be problematic because, well, in this case, it was problematic because there wasn't really much being advanced out of the Committee on World Food Security. So as you will remember, we had a major food crisis in 2008. Food prices again exploded. Hunger was on the rise. And this was a moment that some people seized within the CFS to actually bring about reform. I mean, it's one of the unusual instances where there was a massive reform in a UN governance body to address a major global crisis. And so what's interesting about what happened at that time, make sure I've got the right slide here, is that they created a new, sorry, I can't see with my bifocals. They created a new category of participants. And so it's not just states who are showing up at these meetings now and engaging in negotiations. They actually have participants who basically are coming from other stakeholder groups. So there's what we call the civil society and indigenous peoples mechanism. That's in civil society groups, farmers groups, indigenous peoples groups, et cetera, and also a private sector mechanism. That's coming from the corporate side. So it was recognized that there are multiple stakeholders and it shouldn't just be states making the decisions about what goes on. But it's a bit complicated, of course. The participants are allowed to speak, they're allowed to submit documents, et cetera, but they can't vote. So states are still the voters on the Committee on World Food Security. But what's interesting is that they have that voice, they can push the needle, they can work with states. And so we have what some people call a hybrid model, where it's multilateral participant-based governance. So it's created some really useful outputs coming from the CFS, and it's really revitalized that body. Another part of that reform was to put in a science policy interface. So previously, there was no scientific body advising the CFS, and so they realized that this was undermining legitimacy of the outputs from that body, so they created the science policy interface to do in-depth studies to basically advise states on how to move forward with respect to policy. And what the CFS does is it negotiates voluntary policy guidance. They call it the policy convergence process, which is basically helping states think through how to deal with these problems and give them a framework, so to speak, to help them change their national approaches governance-wise to these big intractable problems. So as I mentioned, and I won't spend any time on this slide, but the high-level panel of experts on food security and nutrition, which I sat on for 4 years, has a whole set of processes to try and ensure that it's consultative, that it's drawing on the best evidence, that it's engaging in a kind of a balanced exercise to present states with the best available knowledge to date on particular problems. So how has it gone since the CFS reformed? I think in the early years it went pretty well. A lot of excitement around the CFS, and in fact the civil society and Indigenous peoples mechanism really were happy that they found a place where they could say it's the voice of those who are most affected by hunger. And I meant to mention that in the earlier slide. That is actually a principle that they embedded into the CFS, is that there are more seats on the advisory bureau to the CFS reserved for those who are most affected, those who are food producers, food workers, Indigenous peoples. They actually have more seats at the table than the private sector does, which is a really interesting model. And that's worked in the early days. The HLP has put out tons of reports. I think they're on the 19th or 20th report at this point. And almost all of the reports trigger a policy convergence process. And so the HLP has done reports on conflict in food systems, sustainable forestry, sustainable food systems, agricultural investment, food waste, sustainable fisheries, climate change, et cetera, all these big issues we've been talking about. And developing policy guidance, so the HLP does the evidence, CFS does the policy convergence. And it results in sets of recommendations or guidelines or frameworks that are really useful for governments as they put their policies forward. But there have been some tensions at the CFS, and I want to paint this as the most rosy picture, because initially it was it became pretty clear that states didn't want the CFS talking about certain things. They didn't want them talking about trade, corporations, anything that they thought was the purview of someone else. So, trade, that's the WTO. You shouldn't really talk about that, that kind of thing. And powerful states also have been increasingly, as they're staking their positions in these big debates about precision technologies versus agroecology, they also feel a little bit put out by some of the topics that are being embraced. So just to give an example, the HLP was asked to do a report on agroecology, and as you'll see from the title, it's agroecology and other innovative approaches. They actually were supposed to be addressing both sides of this debate in this report. But there was some concern that maybe it was veering a bit more towards agroecology than the other innovative approaches, and this sparked some, discussion, division, et cetera. The private sector started to ask for more seats, saying it was unfair that the most affected had more seats at the table, and there have been some pushback by states on some of these issues. And so there was some concern that while this reform was really innovative and creative and opening voice for those who were most affected, it also was leading to some difficult conversations. Okay, so the reason I went into all of that history there is so you understand what's going on at that level. But that's not the only thing that was going on at that level. Because, in the middle of this tension that was going on in one part of the UN, another part of the UN decided, hey, we're not meeting the SDG 2 goals, let's have a summit. And so this was coming out of New York. The Secretary General and his Deputy Secretary General decided in 2020 that they were going to launch a food systems summit. And this was interesting because, as I said, this was coming out of New York, and the food agencies, like those of us who work in food, we talk about the Rome-based agencies. That's the World Food Program, the Food and Agriculture Organization, and IFAD, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, and they weren't even involved. They weren't even consulted about this event. So this was sort of another part of the UN. And it was a massive undertaking. If you remember what was happening in 2020, as Pam already noted, we had this major global pandemic. And so this entire Food System Summit process took place online, which, yeah, problematic because it was hindering good conversations like we were able to have face-to-face in the room today. But the summit proceeded. It was organized around different action tracks. And those action tracks, for example, dealing with some of these same issues we've been talking about, access to food, sustainable food systems, nature-positive production, livelihoods, and resilience. And it was backed by a scientific group, So in a way, it looked a lot like the CFS, but it was coming from a completely different part of the UN. And it was, the really big difference is it was structured as a giant multi-stakeholder initiative. And by that, I mean it was welcoming all stakeholders and participants to the table equally. So it was very different from the CFS, which was really trying to prioritize the right to food and the participation of the most affected. Here we had everybody's welcome, and that ruffled a lot of feathers, as you might imagine. And I should state too that this summit was interesting in that it wasn't trying to be an interstate process. It was trying to rise above interstate politics. So there was no official text. There was no declaration. It wasn't like states were negotiating anything. It was just a big process. And I would say that the summit itself was a bit controversial. It was controversial in part because it was cast as a people's summit, but many, especially from civil society, especially the civil society participants in the CFS, were feeling that allowing everybody equally to the table was going to give privilege to big corporations. So they worried about that, and in fact, they boycotted the summit because of that concern. And once they boycotted the summit, of course, it meant that those they disagreed with probably had more voice. But agri-food corporations did take a prominent role. They shaped the summit's agenda, and they really did push the high-tech solutions, that precision vision that I talked about. The the scientific group for the summit was calling for a new IPCC for food, and this sparked a whole other controversy, lots of academic petitions going around, or civil society petitions going around saying, wait, the high-level panel of experts of the CFS is the IPCC for food. So it created a lot of confusion around which bodies in the UN are most responsible for food governance and policy coordination. And it was viewed as kind of setting up a parallel governance structure to the CFS, which got many people upset. And so you can see here, I put up here, civil society launched a whole Food Systems for People website, and they were putting all kinds of visuals and infographics. And here they were very concerned about corporate influence in the summit itself. And so they pointed out the companies that were there. And I was at some of these, science days and other kinds of pre-summit events, and they were there. Corporations were all over the place. Had civil society participated more actively, we don't know, they could have had more voice too. But just to say, what's interesting is that all of that confusion, all of that controversy got to the UN Secretary General, like he heard about it. And so he promised in the final statement that he released when the summit concluded that there would be no new institutions created, because he said he got the message loud and clear, we need to reform what we have if we want to address these issues. We don't want to just create a whole new thing. But in doing that, he created a whole new thing. So he created something called the UN Food Systems Coordination Hub. And as Pam noted, I sit on the science advisory body to that body, but to date, it's not really doing very much. But the idea of this hub is to coordinate all the existing governance bodies like the Rome-based agencies that I mentioned and others, and working with governments to help national coordinators on food systems transformation to achieve their goals. It's got a huge budget, and it's doing its work quietly, but there's still some confusion around it. It's actually now housed within the FAO building. So coming from a process that was like in New York, now being at FAO, some people are confused about whether it's part of that same system. And this was my too many slides. This, you can come back to that later if you want, but that's just showing how this system worked. And I just want to point out too that the participant stakeholders that this group and the Food System Summit, it looks a lot like CFS. Like they have specific stakeholder groups, youth, women, producers, indigenous peoples, and the private sector. It looks similar, but it's very different because the stakeholder groups in this process have been, in a way, identified separately and invited to be participants rather than being autonomously organized by themselves and coordinating amongst themselves. There's very little coordination among these groups, and that's very different from the CFS. Okay, sorry, that was my big governance discussion. Now I want to get to what are the lessons for sustainable food systems transformation from a governance perspective. And I don't know how I'm doing for time. It's okay? All right. So there are lots of lessons, and I really tried hard to sort of boil them down to make it, accessible. And the first thing I want to say is that if we're thinking about governance and thinking about the center that is potentially going to happen here at Rutgers, I think there needs to be a focus on legitimacy. And I think that whole story that I told you about the CFS and the competition with the Food System Summit, a lot of what was underlying that debate was which process has more legitimacy. And it's really important to stress not all forms of participation are equal and the same. You can have stakeholder engagement where everybody's welcome, or you can have stakeholder engagement where you're trying to reach out to the most vulnerable and marginalized people and give them more voice because they're the most affected. I think that's the big difference between those two processes I was talking about. And it's, interesting, and I put up here the CSIPM's organogram here about how they operate, because the civil society and indigenous peoples mechanism of the CFS sees themselves as the most representative body of the most affected groups. And as you can see here, it involves small-scale producers, agricultural workers, fisherfolk, women, consumers, pastoralists, indigenous people, landless, NGOs, and the urban food insecure. And all of these constituencies have groups that are advocating, and they all are working together, and they come up with unified interventions at the CFS. And they would argue that this is what gives them legitimacy, is that all of those groups want to be part of that mechanism, and they're all working together. So that's very different, as I said, from sort of identifying women, indigenous peoples, et cetera, and then inviting groups, because it wasn't a kind of a autonomous process. And so that is super important. But it's not just there, that it's super important. It's important to avoid corporate capture. I think that's a big part of legitimacy as well. And that was the big critique of the Food System Summit, was that it was more open to that kind of corporate capture. And that, again, is something that, it lends legitimacy when it's not about economic interests. And it's important to be aware of all those channels through which corporations can influence governance processes. So this is a slide from an IPES food report that I took part in writing, and where we identified the visible kind of channels, which was the multi-stakeholder initiatives, public-private partnerships, and funding to global food governance bodies, which we see a lot of. But there's also these issues of the corporate concentration that I mentioned. There's lobbying behind the scenes, the revolving door, research sponsorship, political donations, and structural influence over international economic agreements. There's lots of ways in which corporate actors can have an influence over governance processes, and it's important to be aware of that for these legitimacy reasons. And legitimacy also really matters in science policy interfaces. And so this here is what we developed, something we called the iTrace principles. I came up with the acronym as I was about to give a presentation about legitimacy and food governance science policy. But it stands for independence, transparency, accessibility, consultative, and evidence-based. I mean, these are all really important for science policy interfaces to have that kind of legitimacy, is to bring forward these kind of ideas. And again, I'm not going to go super into all of these, but in terms of independence, it's important that science policy interfaces serve the public interest, that they provide a balanced assessment, that they're free, the experts involved are free from conflicts of interest. It needs to be open processes, acknowledge where debates and disagreements exist. I mean, that's a big problem in these policy and governance spaces, is that often where there are disagreements, it kind of gets glossed over. And that, we need to have these conversations where there are disagreements. And we need to know how different inputs were taken into account. It needs to be accessible. So what these science policy interfaces that I've been involved in and Pam's been involved in, they have to basically take complex materials and make it accessible to policymakers, but also to the public, and draw clear lines between how problems exist, here's policy recommendations, and this is how it can bring change. And they need to be, available to the public. But they also, and this is the super important part, to be consultative, to bring in knowledge and expertise from different kinds of knowledge holders. So when we talk about food systems, many knowledge holders are farmers. They are producers, they are food system workers, they're fisher folk, and those voices need to be incorporated. It's not just the kind of science that takes place in, scholarly, peer-reviewed publications, but also engaging with people working in the field. And as I noted already, engaging with those who are most affected. And also needs to be evidence-based, drawing, from a range of different disciplines and lived experience, and also considering goals that serve the public interest, not private interests. So there's a lot, going on there. So I'm going to return to the slide that I showed earlier about the HLPE, and it was very well designed, this science policy interface. Of course, all science policy interfaces can probably, do better, but it's an independent body. It's not beholden to any one state or any sort of corporate interests. It's accessible, it's transparent, it has consultative processes, and trying to draw on the best evidence. So these are processes that exist in the CFS, whereas the scientific group, at the UN Food System Summit, all they did was just get some people together and publish a bunch of papers ad hoc. It was not following any of these kinds of processes. So there's a lot to be said for legitimacy, for having clear processes for science policy. Okay, that was lesson one. Lesson two, geopolitics and state interests still matter. A lot of these governance processes are trying to get us around these difficult interstate conflicts by bringing in policy convergence on issues that we should be able to all agree on. But it's still complicated because even addressing, food system problems is not just technical. We can never think of it as technical. Hunger and unsustainability are deeply political problems as well, and they get tangled up in geopolitics very easily. And so these geopolitical events that we're sort of seeing so many of right now in the world, they remind us of how fragile food systems are. If you remember when Russia invaded Ukraine, everybody's concerned about food because food prices went up, supply chains were disrupted, it caused a real mess. And when these kind of problems happen, they also tend to put sustainability issues on the back burner, and this is deeply problematic. I mean, even when Russia invaded Ukraine, then you had the corporate lobby immediately in the EU say, wait a minute, we can't do farm to fork anymore because, you can't tell us we can't have pesticides. We need pesticides if we're going to grow enough food. And so it can undo some progress that has been made on the sustainability front. So I just wanted to, pause here and give an example about how both the institutions I talked about kind of failed on these big issues. So both the CFS and the UN Food System Summit failed to respond swiftly to the crises that we've seen in recent years. And I said I had a front row seat to this. COVID-19. Pandemic had massive implications for food systems, for hunger, for nutrition, for sustainability. And the Food System Summit was taking place during the whole COVID crisis. It didn't even have any kind of focus on COVID at all, ironically. the whole thing was done online because of COVID, and there was no analysis of COVID's impact on food systems. I know. In the CFS and the HLPE, we did a issues paper on the COVID implications. It got discussed, but states didn't agree to do much about it. Then Russia invaded Ukraine, and this sparked, well, first I'll just say the Food Systems Summit was over by the time this happened, and the Coordination Hub is working directly with states, and they're not dealing with these big geopolitical issues. But it did lead to a bit of, what's the word I'm looking for? Gridlock in the CFS. So what happened was that year in 2022, CFS, basically they meet every year for a big meeting, and they usually talk Monday to Thursday, and on Friday they agree to a report that outlines what they said. And 2 years in a row, one with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, they could not agree on the Friday of that week what they said. And that was pretty sad. And it was frustrating because basically some states that supported Russia were saying that sanctions were the biggest problem for food insecurity, and others were saying it was the invasion itself disrupting supply chains, and it led to a real difficulty. They actually had to suspend the meeting and pick it up again a couple months later to finalize the report's text. And then the same thing happened again the next year with the crisis in Gaza. There were differing opinions among states about what was the biggest problem here, and even, disagreements on whether food can be used as a weapon of war. I mean, these are big, basic questions about human rights, and there was difficulty. So the lesson here for me anyway is that geopolitics can always make its way into these governance problems, and you need to be aware of it. If you're thinking about, a governance center, you have to think about how these issues play. Okay, another lesson is that institutional and ideational contexts also matter. And this is interesting for me, and I'm trying to think it through. There's been some talk in recent years about, do we need a global treaty on food systems? Because there's a treaty on biodiversity, there's a treaty on climate change. Maybe this would help get us move forward on food systems, because at the moment, as I said, all of these governance efforts are around voluntary measures, recommendations to states. But there is no global treaty, but even if there was one, there's a high likelihood that it would be reduced to the least common denominator. And so it leads to this tension and trade-off that we have to think about, which is that voluntary measures can be really progressive and more progressive than mandatory ones, and they can be really widely accepted. But at the same time, it's really hard to monitor and enforce voluntary processes. And so there's a delicate balance here. Many people are of the mind that if we did move towards a global food treaty, it would just be reduced to almost be meaningless, and it would waste a lot of time. And a lot of people are really excited about the progressiveness of the CFS, for example. It has really progressive policy products that come out of it. As you can see here, there's guidance on dealing with food insecurity and protracted crises. There's guidance on governance of land tenure, there's guidance on responsible investment. And this is all responding to crises and problems in the world. But if you made it mandatory, it might go backwards. So that's something to keep in mind. And also this question of fragmentation of governance. And I really struggled with whether to show you this right at the end of my presentation. This is something I use in teaching. It's a graphic where I like to show my students where I teach about global food governance. There's lots of places in food systems where we see governance. It takes place in, all kinds of arenas, from voluntary initiatives to the WTO, to the World Bank, and to the UN processes. And I'm focusing most of my comments in that bubble, around the UN in the lower left-hand corner. And this fragmentation can lead to confusion and competition. The whole debate between the CFS and the Food Systems Summit was an illustration of that. And this can fuel, competition between different sustainability narratives. But I won't want to say all fragmentation is bad. It can lead to specialization that can lead to some interesting outcomes. And there can be coordination, which is a positive thing, but at the same time, it's hard to force coordination. And I think the Food Systems Coordination Hub is ironically an example of how hard it is to force coordination. And so it doesn't always work, but I want to be a little bit more hopeful here. Maybe I'm being too hopeful here, but we are seeing some movement towards better coordination. And just to give the example, food systems governance, biodiversity governance, and climate change governance across the CFS, the CBD, and the UNFCCC, we're seeing more and more attention to the intersection of food systems, sustainability, equity, and biodiversity and climate change through these different conventions. So if you're paying attention to the Conference of the Parties, you'll know that food systems are creeping up the agenda of the CBD and the UNFCCC. And also, if you look at the reports of the high-level panel of experts on food security and nutrition, the IPBES that Pam's involved with, and the IPCC, all of them are paying more and more attention to food systems. And interestingly, this is great, really interesting theme is that they're all talking about agroecology in recent years as a potential solution for addressing these issues. So there is some, and there's discussion of more formal coordination across the science policy bodies right now as well. But again, it's hard to force that. It's got to be organic. Okay, so I'm going to sum up because I know I'm at time. In terms of the big messages, food systems play multiple roles in society. We have to be aware of that. And they face really complex, seemingly intractable challenges. And this makes food systems sustainability transformation very important, but also very complicated and challenging. And that governance responses at the global level have sought to address food system challenges, but have themselves been subject to controversy. And so the whole, CFS, UNFSS debate was a big part of that. And finally, going forward, governance for sustainability transformations in food systems needs to strengthen legitimacy, navigate geopolitics and interests, and work towards higher ambition, I would say, but also enhanced coordination. And with that, I will say thank you for listening. Sorry, I talked for a bit too long.
Great, well, thanks everybody. We're gonna get started with our next talk. So it was great to start with paying attention to food systems with Jennifer this morning, and now we're going to move on to fisheries and governance of this incredibly important sector as well. So we're really happy to have Dr. Ratana Chuenpagdee, who is a university research professor in geography at Memorial University of Newfoundland in St. John's, Canada. She studied in Thailand, the US, and the UK, and received her PhD from the University of British Columbia in Vancouver. She's worked in multiple countries, including Cambodia, Malawi, Mexico, South Africa, Spain, Thailand, and Canada. And her work has been funded by the FAO, that we heard about this morning, the Food and Agricultural Organization, the Oak Foundation, the Ocean Frontier Foundation, and the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada. She's currently leading a major global research partnership, which is called Too Big to Ignore, or TBTI, which aims at elevating the profile of small-scale fisheries and rectifying their marginalization in national and international policies around the world. And as part of this project, she's coordinating research and activities to support the implementation of small-scale fisheries guidelines. So her work really, it focuses on the interdisciplinary approaches that are needed for coastal fisheries and ocean governance, particularly around small-scale fisheries, marine protected areas, community-based management, and food security. Some great linkages to our previous talk. Some of her recent publications have focused on these important roles, including in an edited book volume titled Interactive Governance for Small-Scale Fisheries, Global Reflections, which came out in 2015, and which contains 35 different case studies about the nature, issues, and challenges in small-scale fisheries governance around the world. So we're very excited to have her today, and welcome, Ratana.
Thank you for the introduction, Pam, and for the invitation to be here. This is, of course, totally a privilege, my first visit to Rutgers, having studied and worked in the US for some time, never really made it here, so thanks for the invitation. And I also appreciate a lot of women in leadership role in the project, and I don't think I've been to a symposium where there are 3 keynote speakers who are all women. So thanks for that. Okay, so I never put such a broad title for my presentation before, but that's basically what I was given, right? So I said I can play with that, but then I got further instruction about what to do with it. So this is what we were told, right? We should be talking about what keeps us up at night, and I could spend the whole talk on that. But rather than doing that, I'm just going to do it very briefly because I want to move into this my own journey, I think, on governance, and I think it fits with the what you're trying to do here with the center, which is to think about governance that fit the purpose. So to me, it's a very long journey, and you heard about the interactive governance. So that's where I'm going to delve into a little bit because it was a learning process for me, and I kind of wanted to share that. And I would move into speaking about something that really keeps me going. So I sleep well. So I don't really wake up in the middle of night and wonder about things. But the worst thing that could happen in the morning is to listen to news, right? That kind of make you feel bad, right? So there's a lot of bad news out there, and I hear stories from the U.S. East Coast, but like in Newfoundland where I am based, right? So there's price issue, there's quota allocation issue. So in 2003 we faced these. I mean, fish harvesters protested about price negotiation. They didn't like what they were getting for the snow crab. And you thought, wow, that's bad because you're trying to govern, you're trying to look at fisheries from the governance perspective, and then you wake up knowing that people are angry again, and there's tension, there's conflict. And then you see that again next year, same story almost, right? So you don't even know where to go with this anymore. And you add to that, right, conversation about conservation, right? So this talk about fisheries, it's linked to food, it's linked to biodiversity. So you get groups like NGOs, environmental organizations that really are concerned about conservation, and their conversation is about, well, maybe we should not be fishing this and that, in this case, Kaplan, right? So they did this report, Kaplan in a crisis. They are participating in a governance process in this stakeholder advisory, and then they're saying that, maybe we should stop fishing. And then the fish harvester would say, wait, that's our livelihoods you're talking about. Why all of a sudden we cannot fish what we have been doing for, for years and years. So that kind of situation makes it really, it's uncomfortable. It put us in what I would call a crisis mode. And we see that people like, Professor Ross McGoodwin talked about it. And it was needed at that time because it was, to bring some sense. And that was at the time we developed the FAO, basically the Food and Agriculture Organization, developed the Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries. So there's a need for that. But then Professor Colin Clark did it again, right, in 2007, talking about crisis. And okay, that's good to know, but then do we need this computer game that talk about crisis? Seriously, I mean, there's part of it is about education, bringing awareness and everything, which is really good. But at the same time, it's like, are we going to become paralyzed because of what we are seeing? Are we going to be always in a crisis-driven mode, as opposed to being measured in our governance responses? So that got me thinking a lot. And, the good news is we have people, like you have great scholars here, and the scholarship. I adore Professor Bonnie McKay for what she does. I love the work of, Professor Kevin St. Martin. I know that George Stahl has been doing great work on fisheries, and many people around the world. So for people who are interested, I'm coming from interdisciplinary background as a marine scientist and a fisheries biologist and an economist and looking at environmental studies. But I never look at fisheries from a governance perspective. So I was very fortunate to be involved in this network. It's called Fish Gov Net, which is basically fisheries governance network, learning from Professor Jan Kooijman, who is at Rotterdam University in the Netherlands. I don't understand what he was saying because it does not my language, right? So I was like, what are all these anyway? But it took a lot of, a lot of learning, a lot of effort to work with him and other colleagues there. He's not a fisheries person. And we are the fisheries person, and we're trying to put governance and fisheries together to make sense of what's going on, right? So it was, to me, a very rewarding and, a lot of struggle because of that. I think there was a question coming before, what you do with people who are rooted in certain disciplines, informed by certain ideology and theory, and then having to work together on something that is a bit more complex and maybe not even, it's not even a solution. But the idea about looking at fisheries from the pre-harvest and harvest and the post-harvest work for us, because that is really that kind of fish chain analysis that could help us thinking about why we need to look at fisheries from a very different perspective. So that lots of theoretical kind of framework, and I'm sure you have yours, and that is fine, right? And I think, if we do this like framework analysis, we would see that there's a lot of commonality. You already heard, the complexity, the complications, and we really paying attention on diversity and the dynamics of the system, right? Knowing that, and the scale issue, knowing that they really make things different and very challenging for governance. So to me, what I'm learning with Jan Koyman is about, there's something about the system that we need to really pay good attention to. But there's a lot going on as well as we are trying to move the governance in the direction that we believe could help achieve sustainability and viability of the fishing livelihoods and so on and so forth, and food security and biodiversity. So what I got out of this is about paying attention to a lot of things that I never really paid close attention to, and the thinking about governance mode, governing order, that has been a really fun kind of empirical lens and analytical lens that I have been using to guide my research with my colleagues. These are some what we summed up as we reviewed the literature at that time. We're talking 2005 here, right? And you can see that they resonate still today. So there's challenges and concerns around that. This kind of, there might be more than this, but those are what we kind of concluded in the work that we did at that time. There's definitely issue with ecosystem health, social justice, livelihoods, and food security. And those are, really what we are trying to, focus our attention in our governance research. But knowing that, right, then it means that, it's not, there's never going to be an easy fix, one solution for all. So we're talking, technical fixes doesn't work, and this is about, moving more into social space, something that more difficult to unpack. And the complexity of the issues, and we continue to use this term, the wicked problem that we see now, even in climate change, they do that, and it's a super wicked problem now. In Newfoundland, I talk about this with my students. I said, that's good. I said, what is good? They said, well, wicked good, and do not, get that. And I'm just like, okay, we can start there, but then we're still going to have to try to figure it out what to do. So the conversation of the wicked problem kind of led to further unpacking, right? Because what is it that makes the system so difficult to govern? Why are we not able to move into the direction that we believe we should be going? So the research that Ratana and Weber wrote in the planning, it resonates well with what we are dealing with in fisheries, and we have colleagues like Paul Denbong and others that really have been talking about that. In terms of, don't just go with what you have in your toolbox, but think about more nuanced approach to things. So basically, as an analytical model, we would be talking about how we wanted to start projecting what we do in our research, right? To trying to understand what's going on, starting for instance with the fact that there must be at least two systems, right? The systems that we are trying to govern and the governing system, and even within the system that we're trying to govern, there's a natural system and a social system, and they interact in that space, and the overlap can be big, small, touching or none, right, depending on what we do in governance. So that's a kind of perspective and lens that we can bring in. Then we can look at, what is it that makes this system challenging for governance, and it could be something to do with the properties and characteristics like diversity, complexity, dynamic, and scale. So the kind of analytical analysis that you can do, it's the same thing we do when we look at the natural system, and we applying that and thinking about that from the social system and also from the governance system. And all of that is to say, right, that we have to broaden our thinking about governance. We can't box ourselves too early anyway into any particular circle or framework, but really think about what could be all those different things that are happening in a governance space that makes things challenging and interesting from the research perspective. The interactive governance focusing a lot on, I got into it because, there's collaborative governance, there are many different adaptive governance, right? So there are many different ways to think about governance. Interactive governance, of course, is really trying to look at that interface, especially the governing interactions. And this is actually where we really don't delve too much into it in terms of, what kind of interactions would foster good governance. So a lot of what's happening in a governance space is assumed and is implicit. And I think that needs to change, because unless we really are as explicit as possible about what we think of governance, then we're not going to be able to move forward. So you can imagine that you can have representation, but there might not be participation or vice versa. You can have, lots of things that could happen in that interactive space that might foster or inhibit good governance. And this is basically what we came to after the 2005 work. We said, there must be something else that we need to look into. So we started to delve more into this concept of governability. And again, this is, similar kind of a framework that other scholars are using to look at, some people look at it from governmentality, we look at it from governability, but basically to say that there are limits to it. So don't try so hard even to trying to achieve it. It's just not an end in itself, but it's a goal that it's a goal that to achieve an end, right? So therefore, we need to think about what in the system that prevents us from being able to govern the space, or what in the system that makes fisheries becoming more ungovernable. And again, the kind of crisis, the kind of pressure and drivers, the kind of concerns that we have today, and the space where people started to feel unhappy with each other, that's all making the system less governable. But we really have to try to unpack this. So governability as a concept has been there in the framework since the start. So we just didn't work or didn't look too closely into it. So therefore, we started to really unpack it even more in terms of what makes the system ungovernable or less governable. And again, this is talking about many characteristics of the system, including the property itself, but also we move into the governing system needs certain kind of capacity in order to deliver what they're supposed to be doing. But if you look at how governance or institutions and rules and regulations are designed, there's not a lot of matches, right? So it might not correspond well with what we see or what we need, and from the system that we need to govern. And there might not be the capacity that it's needed, because government, just like researchers, they're running, they're facing with a lot of problems. So a lot of time we're stuck with this first order problem solving, because that's what we are faced and confronted with on a daily basis. So to move into, institution space, thinking about second order, designing institutions that could help, enable some better first order actions, it's almost like a luxury. And you think about meta order, that's even worse. Who has time to think about what principles, what values, and what images, and govern the fisheries or food and biodiversity? Very difficult, right? So we're stuck in that space, and a lot of what we are trying to do, of course, is to kind of move the conversation forward, at least up the order, and trying to, go into details that would be needed. So we have done a series of research on marine protected areas. So I'm using these, just the title of the papers through this research that we did. And this is part of what we did in the Canary Islands, but also in Mexico and in Ecuador with the Galapagos National Park. So you will see that by bringing different questions to the conversation, to the talking, to the discussion about governance, can actually help bring us to the different space where we might see that there might be possibility. So we use marine protected areas because it's what we are given today, right? This is an IC target. By 2030, we should be protecting the land and sea by 30%. Great. Well, who's doing that, and how is that affecting coastal communities? How is it received? How is it? So MPAs has been around for a long time. It's actually supported by NOAA in the U.S. government, and major effort, and I was even part of that, to do this checklist in terms of how is your MPA doing. So it's about effectiveness. It's about so it's about certain sets of principles and goals that we are trying to get at, but it's never about what it really means and what it really matters to the people. So we bring examples, right, from other places and around the world too, in terms of different ways to look at governance and governability of MPAs. So the first one is about goal formation and displacement. So a lot of time when MPA is being put, then it results in displacement. So people are moved out or being excluded from accessing the space. But more than that, right, there's also about what they think, right, their perspective, their own perception about it. So you need to kind of get into that. A lot of social scientists look at that, right, which is something that needs to be added when we think about governance of MPAs. You can imagine too that now we're stepping even further back. We call it a step zero, right? Which is something even before. So the idea, how the idea came to be, who initiated, makes the whole thing different, right? So it's like path dependency theory here. So if communities are part of the idea, and if it's initiated within, there's a lot of good marine protected areas, conservation efforts, and governance that are driven internally, right? Community-based and bottom-up process, and that seems to work. So why is it now that we still see government trying to do this top-down and kind of externally driven, including by ENGOs, right? So that's a little bit of rethinking that needs to be done. And then we have to find space where we create or look for synergies, because fisheries are not isolated from everything else that is happening. There might be coastal development, there might be tourism, there might be many other things. So you have to figure it out, how to make it work so that fisheries are well connected with what else is happening in the community. And it's never easy, because you would think it's compatible, many of these activities, coastal livelihoods, sometimes they are, but oftentimes they're not. So this is a conversation that needs to be made, but the point is about trying to find that synergistic point in order to move forward. And this is probably the most difficult study, because we're trying to look at something that is less like assumed and not as explicit. So how to look at how images and principles and values guide decision. And this particular case was applied to the three countries, right? The Spain, Mexico, and in Ecuador. And of course, there's no conclusive, really kind of way even forward, but just to recognize that when decisions pay attention to images and other meta-order elements, you get a better outcome for marine protected areas. But we have to recognize too, the reason why there's never anything concrete almost coming out of this is because there's a lot of dynamic in the system. So as we are trying to go forward, we're actually seeing changes in the regulations, in the government, in political direction that mess things up again, right? So, but that doesn't stop us from doing what we believe should be done. So at least for researchers, it's always fun, right? I mean, we like to say that if there are no problems, then what are we going to do every day? So, okay, so what has been missing, right? Talking about fisheries governance without attention to scale, right? So to many of us, I mean, I'm from Thailand, I've seen different types of fisheries. I live in Newfoundland, I also see different types, different scale, different operation in fisheries. But most of the time we just talk about them as if they're one and the same, even though we know they're not. And this is about, not having enough information because we don't put enough research that really can help us understand what's going on, differentiating between, the industrial, commercial, large-scale fisheries and the small-scale fisheries. So we get into the situation where we draft policies, we govern the fisheries, driven largely by the large-scale, commercial, industrial fisheries model. So to us, that's highly problematic, right? Because we know they're not the same. And why is it that we talk about fisheries and we don't differentiate them clearly? You look at what FAO put every 2 years, right? This is the SOFIA report, the state of the world fisheries and aquaculture. And it's like, wow, that's interesting. Like for us, like, yeah, right. But I mean, many things happening in this, and they do this every 2 years, and you can have debate about the data that drive these because they come from member states, right? So every countries are asked, member states of FAO are asked to contribute data from your own statistics office, and then put that into the SOFIA report, and that this is the state of the world fisheries and aquaculture. This last report, I mean, this year we'll see a new one, but this last one is about blue transformation. And we're just like, great, what are you trying to suggest here? Food security. And who's going to produce food? Aquaculture. Well, what type of aquaculture? Large scale, large corporation, right? That started to, doesn't speak well with people who work on small scale fisheries, who really are trying to talk about, there are small scale farmers too in the sea, and there's small scale fisheries harvesting the fisheries. FAO doesn't know how to get to that, and we just like, that's not acceptable. Can we really ignore small scale fisheries when we talk about fisheries? This is a major argument, and we have done a lot of study trying to put together data, and it's never easy because, again, there's information deficit. Science and knowledge doesn't just look at that, except for lots of social scientists are doing great work in small-scale fisheries, looking at coastal communities, of course, like people we know. It just doesn't get into FAO, not into that kind of big picture thinking. So this is something that we've been looking at a lot and trying to change. So, I really don't care what these data look like. All I'm saying is that, well, there's a lot of small-scale fisheries out there, and they contribute, right, to the landing volume, the landing values, and the people involved in fisheries, especially, right? And that's in the marine side of things. When you move into the inland, that's totally majority or almost all of them, right, are small scale. So how can FAO continue to talk about this without differentiating between large scale and small scale and make it clear that, they're different and they need different ways to think about governance? So the latest report, this is from the project Illuminating Hidden Harvest, which is what FAO is kind of coordinating together with Duke University and WorldFish. That is basically trying to say, okay, what are the big numbers that we need to put out there to convince people that, the majority of the world's fisheries are actually small scale. Now, it is changing a little bit how we think about things, and also move us to the direction where we say, if this is what's happening, we need to look at women in fisheries, in the harvesting, and more so in the post-harvest, right? Because they're the ones that are really not well taken care of. you know, working condition is usually poor. They have, you know, if they get paid, get very low wages. So lots of food security. I mean, who's getting the food, and why is it that, you know, the small scale fisheries that produce food for the local communities just don't get talked about? And there's no policy to support them, right? So there's a lot of big questions, big number leads to big questions that we need to work on. But again, you know, the conversation about small-scale fisheries actually started into it has always been there, but never got to the surface until about 2008, when FAO decided that, okay, this is with government of Thailand actually hosted the first conference, global conference on small-scale fisheries. And that was the start of many things, including this research network, right? So we were actually quite drawn into this because it becomes a new process that for you know, the talk about the code of conduct for responsible fisheries and sustainability that FAO has been using and given to the member state to say, follow this ecosystem-based approach, which is good, we need to do that, but also look at sustainable use of the resources and etc. That's an industrial model. How to think about that from the small-scale fisheries model. So our research network was formulated at a time when, you know, after that global conference on small-scale fisheries, which actually initiated a lot of things that I'll be talking about later. But this is when we started, you know, we started pretty small. It was a Social Science and Humanities Research Council of Canada that provide this partnership grant. And the partnership grant is an important point, because it means that it's not just researchers doing research in a closed room. It is about reaching out and engaging and actually involving other groups to help formulate you know, research questions. So we have a few things that we know that, you know, these are important, but after a while, the partnership process basically means that civil society organizations, government, FAO's partnership to this started to see that, you know, we need to put in different questions as we are trying to understand what's going on in fisheries, and also, you know, to help support sustainable and viable small-scale fisheries. So that's why this research cluster is there. So fish as food as as one of them, right? You know, the most traded food commodity is actually seafood, right? So we need to look at that, and gender, and, you know, inland fisheries, and even transboundary issues, right? So lots going on in there. So if we go back to look at what we talked about in 2005 in terms of these major concerns, and now we are in 2012, 2015, we still have the same concerns today too. We started to see, right, that, you know, if we think about that from the small-scale fisheries perspective, those people that you heard before about those that are affected, right, the most marginalized, the most vulnerable, they're going to be more affected by all of this, right? We have food insecurity, we have, you know, issues with social justice. That's going to be bad news, really, for them, and ecosystem too. But at the same time, they can make major contribution. But that's assuming that we do well with the governance of small-scale fisheries. So that's something that, you know, I'll get into later on. So what were some of the first kind of initiatives that we do? I mean, you see that as a global network, we do things globally. So basically, we rely on our researchers in different countries around the world to contribute the research into the compilation. So the first one would be, you know, can we use interactive governance as a framework to help think about where countries are with respect to what they're thinking about governance? So there's about 34 countries, case studies that are part of this. And this is one of the, you know, the first kind of synthesis that we did, and it was very interesting for us, because we know that countries are trying to, you know, well, some are trying to reform, but there's a lot of transition and transformation in governance thinking, which is very exciting. many countries are still in that kind of, state-driven hierarchical system, first-order governance, that Canada, that, Colombia, Ecuador, Portugal, they kind of stay there, right? But there's a little bit of interest to move into more collaborative, co-management, co-governance mode. And that's very exciting. We see that in the Philippines, in Thailand, Norway is kind of doing that, has done well in putting some, second order, the institutions, rules, and regulations that recognize small-scale fisheries. So there's a lot of countries that are juggling between, this kind of first-order hierarchical, moving into the co-governance mode and trying to go to the second order, which is thinking more from the institution perspective. And later on, actually, the latest research is actually looking now into the legal frameworks, and you will see that there's a lot that can help us put ourselves from that kind of state-driven process into more people-centered and a collaborative mode. But they also need to note, like, the type 8 there, that is like, there's a few countries that maybe in the forefront, like Zanzibar and Denmark are kind of type 7, and they're kind of realign themselves because, the self-governance is mainly from the enterprise perspective, even in a small-scale fisheries. So you need to kind of move back. And the type 8, which is about rethinking governance, that's actually happening in Cambodia. So when I was working there with Professor John Kurian, it was so interesting to see that, going from this kind of owner of the corporate ownership of the fishing lot into community-based fisheries, it was a major reform that happened in Cambodia. So from, this kind of private ownership to a common property, a common resource, and for the community. It didn't really go well because there was not a lot of infrastructure and even institutional arrangement that can foster and enable that process. So a lot of people were actually said, we're not going to go back to lot fishing that is going to be owned by private companies, but we want something different. So there's a lot of juggling to see how to really do better at community-based resource governance system, which is very good. So I mentioned that global conference in Bangkok in 2008. That was the first time actually that there is a civil society organizations that work to support small-scale fisheries, basically made a request to FAO and said, we need our own process. And their own process started at that conference. And so there was a movement, if you like, from small-scale fisheries groups, civil society organization and other supporters to say that, we need to have the guidelines that are specific to small-scale fisheries. And you heard Jennifer talk already about how, cumbersome the UN process can be, and etc. This is one of the very unique instruments of FAO that actually driven by civil society organizations. They requested it, they got member states to agree to it, and then they took part in the process. So researchers were experts that drafted this so-called zero draft document, and it was super painful when it goes into consultation, negotiation, when you start to see member states stood up and say, we don't want the word governance. I'm just like, what do you mean you don't want the word governance? We don't have a language, there's no definition. So in the back room, so I wasn't, I'm sort of like, as part of the experts, you don't, expert group, you don't negotiate, right? You just sit back and just suffer the whole week because they're basically taking apart all your beautiful text. And so we had to go back and said, governance, come up with translation of the word governance in all languages, right? And there's enough languages that has the word governance. We don't agree on what governance, we don't agree on definition. We never define what small-scale fisheries are, by the way, if you didn't notice, right? It doesn't matter. The point is, the civil society organizations won the battle big time with this instrument because it's, really is consensus-based. It's like really big consultation for 2 or 3 years after the drafting. And then we got to the point where we have the instruments that is really different from anything we have seen. And this is the reason you heard already about rights to food. Now we're saying, right, fishing is also human rights. Fishing right is human rights. So it's kind of changing the conversation when you started to see these kind of principles. The other things we've seen, the holistic approach, the kind of the need for transparency, accountability, and all the rest. But respect of culture. That's major because fishers identify themselves, right? As this is not just a job. This is the way of life. This is part of who they are, right? So there's a strong cultural identity about it, and they really are looking for that kind of non-discrimination and gender equity and really good space for them to do their job and their work and really enjoy their livelihoods, just like everybody else. So this kind of, the small-scale fisheries guidelines, being voluntary, having all these guiding principles, where is it going? That's a big question. Is it just a talk, or we actually can walk with it? So governments, member states at least, are not mandated to do this, right? They have a lot of things that they need to say, to do, and comply with. This would not be one of them. Because it's voluntary, and it's really who wants to talk about human rights in the context of small-scale fisheries, right? So so we questioned that, and we said, well, we must have a way to start somewhere. We're never going to give up just because it's difficult. So the other volume then of work that we did, this is another 30-some countries and trying to figure it out, where countries are with respect to the small-scale fisheries guidelines. So FAO actually is helping with this work. So again, it's never researchers doing things on our own. It's with our partners, including intergovernmental organization. So it was a big one for FAO to be part of this because they actually said, we launched it. We have the guidelines, and then FAO basically, not really supportive, like there's no funding, just go and figure it out how to implement it. So there's a lot less support after the guidelines were endorsed and adopted. And this is what we might see, right? A lot of guidance, a lot of good instruments, they just don't have, there's no enabling framework to move it forward. So researchers have a major role to play in terms of, we do our work for free, and therefore, we're just like, here, this is how we can help you understand what's going on. And, to no surprise, there's a bunch of, countries are at different stages, different levels, and there's a lot of obstacles or, struggles, challenges, but it's a lot of opportunities too. Some countries are doing better than others, but, basically policy coherence becomes one of the most talked about topic because to implement something like the small-scale fisheries guidelines, they need to align with what's going on in your own policy context. And there's a lot of incoherence, so it cannot be implemented, right? So we started to recognize that and started to see that, unless we trying to find space where we can operate these, then we're not going to be able to move forward. So all and dandy, except for the fact that as we're busy thinking and talking about fisheries and small-scale fisheries, there are other conversations. So the Sustainable Development Goals came up in 2015, right, kind of announced, but it were developed at the same time. So you look around, you say, oh, this is good, because in SDG 14B, there is a little thing, a target, about securing access of small-scale fisheries to resource and markets. Now, we like that. But if the majority of the target is about life below water, then we're in trouble again, because we don't want another MPA that is going to displace small-scale fisheries. So what do you do there? So we kind of have to say, what about life above water? And this is something that we've been trying to bring the conversation to. The same thing here with the blue economy. Right? You look around, you then all of a sudden, it's kind of like we're too busy doing our things. And then next thing we know, well, there's another conversation happening. And this is like people, 1,800, no? 18,000 actually. Yeah, quite a few 18,000 people went to Nairobi, right? Canada is hosting with Kenya. Canada sent, I don't know, 100 delegates to Nairobi to talk about blue economy. Head of states, everybody. Ton of money, there's a lot to be had. Here's big ocean, wealth, wealth, wealth. Let's just develop, right? And it's all turned out to be majority about large-scale corporation doing things in the ocean. Where is a space for fisheries? Don't even think about small-scale fisheries. So we actually had to, gather ourselves quickly and think about what are some of the ways that can help us get to another space where we can bring back, good conversation that we have been talking about in fisheries. So again, we had only 400 people in our conference, but we actually came up with something called Blue Justice. And I think that has helped put, at least as a reminder to how we need to look at this in a very different way, right? So blue justice is talking about, we can have blue economy, but small-scale fisheries need to be part of that. This is actually getting us to a more activism research, and not everybody is comfortable with that. We're supposed to be scientists doing, neutrality, right? Well, then somebody reminded us, you don't call yourself too big to ignore for nothing, right? I mean, you're making already a statement, so might as well say blue justice. So we put ourselves out there and we said, it's not blue justice for all. In fact, the first time we look at this term blue justice, it's a wrestler in Japan, that's a stage name. I'm still waiting to have a meeting with the real blue justice, but he's too busy making a ton of money, right, on the wrestling, circle there. It's blue justice for small-scale fisheries. So we're making, again, a statement. You can talk about it. Everybody wants it, but look, this is the group that needs it most, and that's where we need to pay attention. We put a Wikipedia entry because I thought, well, why not, right? I never did that. It was my first attempt and took me a long time. Actually, it's my student that did it. I'm just like, okay, put whatever in there, and someone would edit it later. But the stories about blue justice is not our story. It's the people's stories, right? It's how they are really affected by this. So we, again, taking on more activism in our research and say, tell us how you're affected by injustice. And now we started to see that people tell the stories and talk about it in different ways. We put information out there for you to see. And of course, we have to do another book. Sorry about that, because that's what we do. But, it's good, right, to bring the stories together and look at this. And I'm not going to go through this, but, it's kind of there. You can think about it and look at it later. But this is really what I want to come to, which is more about, just think about the kind of questions. We think about it from the governance perspective. You can start to see that, we're asking different types of questions here. It's power, it's how institutions are helping or hurting. It's about using principles that are not common, that are just driven by a very minority group. They're just more powerful and more influential in their decision-making process. Who talks about blue economy? Talk blue justice, right? So it's kind of play on this idea about how we need to move from thinking at the first order, second order, and meta order, and also that trigger up and trigger down process. We didn't finish there. We said we're going to do a glossary, right? Because it must be something about the language that works or doesn't work with the people. So when fish harvesters and small-scale fishing people talking about this, they know what they're facing. And researchers are trying to put in, fancy term to it, and it just doesn't work. So we actually developed this glossary to say, well, what does it feel to you? Said eco-bullying, and said, oh, okay, well, that's injustice, right? So there's a lot of ways to think about this too, from the people perspective, and some of this we can, kids can tell you, right? That's unfair, right? When they get smaller piece of pie or whatever, right? So it's something that kind of inherent, but we don't talk about it enough, and this is what we wanted the conversation to go. Okay, the last part of this is a major kind of like a proposition here, right? So I'm making a bold statement, right? That if you are interested in good, really, really governance of fisheries that can lead to sustainability, viability, and anything that biodiversity that you like, right? Well, think about it from the perspective of small-scale fisheries and see if we can get there, right? So, realizing the potentials of small-scale fisheries would need to include, something like let's celebrate them, right? And this is what the UN declared 2022 as the International Year of Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture. So that's huge, right? So for us, we really were happy with that, but it doesn't end there. So the year stopped, but the work continued. So now it's about the new era of support for small-scale fisheries, which is a new campaign that FAO is trying to promote. Of course, we have to continue to do that kind of, thick description, in-depth research, and that last, the book here on the implementation of the guidelines, that's like a revisit of what we did earlier, but this time from the legal perspective, because if it's human rights, where does human rights situated in the legal framework? And good news, it's almost in all constitutions in the country, right? So we have a starting point to implement a guideline. Just because it said human rights doesn't mean we cannot do it. And governments can be held accountable if they don't implement, even if it's voluntary, the guidelines. This is legal scholars telling us. So for the first time, we're working with the legal experts to try to help move the conversation forward for countries that said, we don't want to implement, we don't need to implement, we can't implement to something like, yes, we can. So it's been, very good. But, who reads those books, right? I mean, so we need to find other means, other mechanisms, other format to really engage. And again, it's about storytelling. And this is my story I'm telling here, but there's a lot of stories that people are talking about. And this is an e-publication. You can kind of download, you need to pay, but you can do print on demand. But it's really, really something compelling, right? Good, strong evidence, arguments, and just nice to read some of these stories that are coming from everywhere. And again, information is to be disseminated. So this online web-based information system is meant to help that. Here's something that, I kind of talk about interdisciplinarity, but now we actually, and I think you've seen this word and we're seeing it used a lot, and it's not even, in medicine and engineering, they use this term now, transdisciplinarity. And this is about recognizing that, there's different types of knowledge, different form of knowledge, different process of knowledge production. So if we start from, co-identification of the problem, it's not scientists that say this is a problem, but it's a co-identification. It's about co-creation of solution. You need to figure out what to do. This cannot be driven by scientific community, but actually a lot of knowledge holders, indigenous people, and elders, and local communities that got a lot. They have done it all, actually. It just, haven't been really well integrated in our thinking. So we just need to do more of that. And then you could get into co-production of knowledge, and then hopefully transformation in our governance thinking. So that's what we are trying to do, and this is going to be similar to what you are doing with the center that you're developing. Nothing can be done on your own in isolation. It's really about partnership and alliances. So even as a global network, TBTI is now decentralized to a country hub. Now, you will not see that, right? Because I kind of flashed through in terms of case studies, locations. We don't do research in the US all that much. Or I should say that we haven't really been able to integrate. I mean, there was a time when we talked a lot with, Professor Madeline Hall-Arbor, and of course with Professor Bonnie McKay and others, trying to bring a lot of interest around social science and humanities into our research. But we don't get that yet. So if anyone interested in thinking about small-scale fisheries in the US, talk to us. Thank you very much.
So we have one more speaker for after lunch, and then we're going to have a panel with all of our speakers plus some Rutgers faculty. So we've got an action-packed afternoon. So let's start getting back into it. Hope everybody had a great lunch. So it's my pleasure to introduce our last speaker, who's going to be addressing biodiversity issues. We've talked about how food and fisheries and biodiversity are really the key themes of this potential center that we're talking about. So we're delighted to have Dr. Meredith Gore, who's going to be here and speaking with us. And she is a professor in the Department of Geography, and this is a brand new promotion in the last week, so join me in applause for that. But her research interests focus on understanding community-based natural resource management and enhancing understanding of risk concepts in particular, and their application to biodiversity conservation. And the majority of her activities can be described as convergence research on issues such as wildlife trafficking, illegal logging, fishing, and mining. She received her PhD in natural resources policy and management from Cornell. She also has degrees from George Washington and Brandeis. Before she went to the University of Maryland, College Park, where she is now, she was at Michigan State University. She has been a National Academy of Sciences Jefferson Science Fellow, a U.S. Department of State Embassy Science Fellow, and an emerging wildlife conservation leader. She's advised the United States Department of the Interior, including the Theodore Roosevelt Genius Prize Advisory Council and Board, where she was chair of the Wildlife Poaching and Trafficking Board. She's worked with the IUCN before, and her recent publications have focused on issues such as community-based wildlife crime prevention, wildlife trafficking supply chains, and biosecurity risks linking zoonotic pathogens to illegal wildlife trade. So please join me in thanking Meredith for coming and joining us today.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you so much to Rutgers for the invitation to participate in this really exciting symposium, and thank you to the rest of the keynote speakers. It's been an absolute pleasure to have so many thoughts provoked during your talk. So I hope I meet you at least to where you've set the bar. What I would like to talk about today are kind of some thoughts about biodiversity loss to complement the food and fish dimensions that we've discussed. So I wanted to acknowledge kind of where I come from. I am incredibly motivated to conduct applied interdisciplinary science for society. I'm also incredibly privileged where I have an amazing support network and have been employed by universities who have encouraged me to fail forward. So what I'm going to talk about today is it embodies my scholarship, which crosses boundaries, involves a lot of failing forward, a lot of failing, and is motivated by science for society. So I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach than our previous two speakers. I'm going to talk a little bit about where I kind of see us being now and where I think we're going. And hopefully this will help contribute to this broader conversation about what would help make a center fit for purpose, and also hopefully identify some of the novel conditions that might inform deep uncertainty that science can help address through a center. So in 2021, the United Nations Environmental Assembly, number 5, they issued their Making Peace with Nature report, right? And this was an important narrative because at this point, UNEA says that humanity is waging a war on nature, right? So this right there is starting to frame a very combative, very crisis-oriented situation between humanity versus nature. And we also know that the United Nations offers this triple planetary crisis that we're currently part of, right? So we know that the triple planetary crisis involves climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. So the global economy has been growing 5-fold in the past 50 years. Resource exploitation has tripled. One of an estimated 8 million species of fauna and flora are now estimated are threatened, right? So we have climate change, pollution, biodiversity loss, and their collateral impacts are all undercutting the ability of Sustainable Development Goal initiatives to achieve their objectives. And all of these kind of dimensions combine, and we have a situation where this triple planetary crisis is transforming nature, which puts human well-being at risk. So I am a chronic optimist. I will end with some optimism, but just to continue adding on to the crisis narrative that we've been talking about, this is what the data kind of shows us. I think it's important to also acknowledge that although we have a lot of really meaningful, well-intentioned, thoughtful policy frameworks and guidelines, they are not all working. Some progress has been made in adopting policy responses and actions, including raising awareness of the value of biodiversity, sharing benefits, and national action plans that improve scientific understanding of the causes and consequences of biodiversity loss. That being said, when the United Nations assess progress towards achieving the Aichi biodiversity targets, we're falling really short. So we have all these efforts to achieve and arrest biodiversity loss. They're not really working the way that we want them to. So I'm going to dig a little bit more into this idea of the scientific understanding of the causes and consequences of biodiversity loss, particularly from a social scientist's perspective, because that's what I am. So in 2024 at UNEA 6, the UN, there was another report released. Here there's a global resource outlook. I think this was a redo from 2019. And here we recognize again that increasing resource use is the main driver of the triple planetary crisis, right? So human behavior is underlying this war with nature, this global resource outlook, which is not as good as we wanted it to be. And so, the highlights from this report that I see are that, global land-related biodiversity loss in 2022 is split according to cropland and grazing and forestry, and we've ignored everything in the water here, which is part of the problem. But what we see with global land-related biodiversity loss is that biodiversity loss is a planetary boundary, right? And failures to achieve the Convention on Biological Diversity's Aichi targets is problematic, right? So only 14% of countries have met the target of having or reducing natural habitat loss, as we have over 1 million species that are threatened with extinction. So the CBD created a new framework, a new set of goals to halt biodiversity loss and regenerate ecosystems. So that's good, but every time we fail to achieve policy objectives, do we just then create a new framework? I'm not sure, but yeah, the tone of my voice implies that that's not maybe the best course of action that we should be taking. A lot of the work that I do involves risk, right? So principles of risk analysis, risk perception, communication, and management. I started tracking the World Economic Forum's Global Risk Report when I was a PhD student. And in the 2024 Global Risk Report, environmental risks continue to dominate the risk landscape. When I was a PhD student, it used to be nanotechnology. We used to worry about putting robots in our body, and that was like, one of the greatest perceived risks to humanity. But now, unfortunately, environmental risks dominate the risk landscape. This year, they created it's kind of like a sociogram, but what they've done is they've kind of taken these 5 risk categories, which they've been measuring for decades now: economic risks, environmental, geopolitical, societal, and technological. And they're looking at the relative influences of these different risk categories in terms of nodes and edges, and they're starting to show the relatedness. And they call it it's not a universe, it's a polyverse of risks. And so I think it's interesting to ask the question, how does nature loss embed into this larger risk ecosystem? And so green is what, they call risk, right? Or environmental, right? So you have biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse. connects very closely to failure to mitigate climate change, environmental damage incidents, natural disasters and extreme weather, failure of climate change adaptation, and natural resource crises. But what I think is really important about this visualization is that it starts to show how biodiversity loss links to other sustainable development goals and conditions of humanity, particularly chronic health conditions, right? And so as we start to look at these, I'm going to show you, I think, three different visualizations from this report. You can start to see just all of the different sustainable development goals that have touch points with this global risk landscape. So here again, you can see the green kind of environmental dimensions are at the top of the slide here, but now you can see that there's connections to geoeconomic confrontation, interstate conflict, the collapse of systematically important supply chains, and also the cost of living crisis. So this is one way that social scientists can kind of help those folks that study biodiversity loss help to understand why this matters outside the incredibly important dimensions of simply, losing biodiversity for biodiversity's sake. The final, this is the full kind of sociogram, which shows the connectivity of these environmental risks as they connect to economic, geopolitical, societal, and technological risks. And so sometimes environmental risks, or particularly biodiversity loss, it might be 1 or 2 or 3 steps removed from some of these other global risks, but it's all connected. And so, we may not think that biodiversity loss and accelerating rates of biodiversity loss matter across all the sustainable development goals, but this sociogram offers us a visual confrontation of that idea. I think it's also relevant to think about, okay, well, so what? How does this what are the implications for risk governance? So the survey posed this question: which approaches do you expect to have the most potential for driving action on risk reduction and preparedness over the next 10 years? So the survey asked a lot of questions, in a 2-year time horizon and 10. And so biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse, I thought I would just star this for you, right? So there are financial instruments, there are global treaties and agreements, there's research and development, national and local regulations, development assistance, public awareness and education, what's a minilateral Okay, and agreements, corporate strategies, and then multi-stakeholder agreement. I've never heard that term, but I get the rest of them. The idea here is that there are a range of governance approaches, some of which we've already talked about, some of which we haven't, which can lend themselves to trying to reduce risk and increase risk preparedness as it relates to biodiversity loss in the future. So I think that this idea of biodiversity loss, accelerating biodiversity loss, is really important for us to be thinking about, especially if we're going to start to support and engage more in science that's actually going to support society's actions. So are we going to try to move from loss to sustainable use? That's often the goal of diverse stakeholders involved in biodiversity loss spaces. So, I think the UNEP said this really well when they said the loss of nature, it's ubiquitous around the globe, from habitat conversion to harvesting species through illegal and unmanaged activities. So it's this last piece, this illegal and ill-managed activities. This is where the bulk of my scientific scholarship kind of focuses these days. So I'd like to hopefully provoke a little bit of thinking about this space. So I'm not going to talk about the details of some of my work, but places where I have failed and failed forward involve Omo National Park in Ethiopia, looking at illegal deforestation and desertification, a whole range of biodiversity loss and human health impacts here. I've looked at illegal deforestation and associated trade in northwestern Madagascar, in Anthropocene National Park. Illegal trade in waste, plastics, in Galapagos in Ecuador, and then also illegal biodiversity use in South Africa. And so really, I could show you pictures from any ecosystem in the world, any human group, pretty much anywhere humans are distributed around the planet. We unfortunately have some sort of illicit illegal, deviant, or overexploitive, use of natural resources. So it is the purview of social scientists to contribute really important discourse to what does illicit mean, what does illegal mean, what does deviant mean. Sometimes this behavior is condoned, but there's a whole range of activities and human behaviors now that kind of fall into this space, which maybe I'll call conservation crime for the purposes of this conversation. So you might hear about wildlife crime, you hear about illegal fishing, there are land grabs, there's illegal mining, like illegal sand for cement, there's cobalt, there's rubies. There's illegal trade in e-waste, there's carbon credit fraud. Anywhere there's a market, there are people that are looking to break the rules. And there's all this trade-based money laundering that is also starting to involve natural resources. So whether or not you're talking about, fish to, land clearing for agricultural purposes, illegal land clearing, you have all these conservation crimes occurring all over the planet. So this then brings me up to, I think, a really important point is what do you do about governance about these issues in ungoverned spaces or ungovernable spaces? And unfortunately, the places that are most relevant to conservation crimes are often borderlands, and they're also in ungoverned spaces or ungovernable. And so this is just a map of open access data about violent extremist organizations, cities, areas controlled by violent extremist organizations. And this is Benin, Niger, and Burkina Faso, the WAP complex, where you see the last stronghold of African forest elephants, right? And so the conservation areas that were designed for elephants are actually being used by violent extremist organizations to hide and build their activities and engage in bad activities. And so then the question becomes, what do we do in these spaces, right? These conservation spaces are now going to start to be overly exploited by violent extremist organizations, terrorist organizations, bad actors. And then what about the biodiversity these places are designed to support? Another thing that I think is really important to mention from this particular paper was that scientists are often on the first line. We are the ones who actually go in and study the elephants and actually are putting ourselves in these positions. And so it's really important for scientists to be able to think about how they can use their voice to communicate and share the risks that they see occurring in these spaces. And so even though my university wants me to behave in a way that is, and I do behave in a way that I'm not a hero, but with good practice, I can go and study the elephants, right? But there are government officials sometimes who are not able to go to these places, right? So scientists are able to access places and spaces and people that others cannot. And that, I think, provides us with a unique opportunity to use voice. So sometimes scientists go and we collect the data ourselves, we sample elephant poop and we do genetic analysis and we talk to communities about estimating biodiversity, the populations of forest elephants. Other times we look at open access data. So, here's an example of airport seizures for illegally traded wildlife, where we've done an analysis where we're looking at blue nodes that are indicating airports and red nodes indicate seizures of ivory. And so, you can take massive data sets, massive, open access places and start to, put information on a map. And that's one step towards deeper understanding about an issue, advancing, interdisciplinary scholarships between scientists who can help to, find signals in the noise. But I also share this schematic to show you that this is a globally distributed problem that many people don't actually talk about and we don't actually think about. Deviant human behavior, it's everywhere. so why is this a problem? Well, you have these crimes, these conservation harms, or it's deviant, or somebody condones it, or it's actually against the rule of law, and there are these like risks associated with it and harms. And so I thought I would sort of summarize some of the crimes and risks and harms that we see. I mean, first of all, there's violence, right? There's violence against people, there's violence against animals, ecosystems, and also governments, right? And so violence and providing a safe, human health and well-being, this is a sustainable development goal. Violence is problematic on all sorts of fronts, right? So the public health scientists, can maybe find themselves interested in issues such as this. The rule of law is degraded with very serious implications for local, regional, and national governance. A degraded rule of law kind of has a positive, it has a snowball effect, right? So if people aren't going to follow laws about biodiversity and biodiversity use, what else are they not going to follow laws about? And so the rule of law is essentially degraded. There's also a lot of sovereignty and territorial integrity about governing things like illegal wildlife trade in particular. A lot of the times you have countries that go into other countries and tell them what to do with regards to conserving biodiversity, managing sustainable use, and just conservation in general. And so you have the sovereignty of nations and indigenous people that is encroached upon by the act of illegal wildlife trade and the act of conservation crime, and also the solutions designed to resolve conservation crimes. There's all sorts of forms of injustice, inequality, exploitation, and harm that are perpetuated. Unfortunately, conservation crimes co-occur with all sorts of other crimes, heroin trafficking, human trafficking, modern slavery, transactional sex for fish. There's all sorts of harms and forms of exploitation that co-occur with conservation crimes. I'm not done. There's new disease vectors that are created, that are created by the illegal wildlife trade. There used to be a debate about, was COVID caused by pangolins that were illegally traded? Who knows? That's not my area of scholarship. But the fact of the matter is that we have new vectors that link people and places in new ways. So I have a project in Mozambique and South Africa right now where people kill elephants for their ivory, and they lace the carcass with agricultural chemicals to kill the vultures that circle ahead. When the vultures circle ahead, it's called sentinel poisoning. If the vultures are overhead, then the law enforcement say, oh, there's something there, I gotta follow up. They do forensic analysis, they collect the bullets at some point. They have a wildlife court, so it's if you're good at your job, you clean up your mess. And so, the problem is that elephants are natural vectors or natural carriers of anthrax, right? And so that you have vultures feeding on a dead elephant, and then the vultures die from the poison, and then humans come and cut the heads and the wings and the feet off of the vultures and bring them into markets for traditional medicine. And then somebody buys the traditional medicine and then takes that back to their house. So the same thing could be said for, right? So what are we talking about with disease transmission? It could be anthrax in, it could be, some sort of communicable disease out. So this nexus between zoonotic diseases and illegal activity, not new, but something that we think about with regard to new vectors. There's also culture. There's so many cultural uses of biodiversity and ecosystems, and the ability of local people to express their cultural traditions, it's eroded. And this can create resentment, it can create conflict, it can create an unwillingness to engage in collaboration and conversation. There's economics. For those of us that do follow the law, we're taxed, right? And so when governments are making plans about taxable revenue, it's reduced when legal markets and supply chains are not used. And then also there's sustainable development. We have all these investments in sustainable development that are eroded, reduced, and abused, right? And so all of us that are working so hard on achieving these targets and measuring these targets, A, the targets aren't going to get met, and B, we think we're measuring something and we're not looking at the complete picture when we don't think about these conservation crimes. I'm feeling very bad about the news that I'm delivering. but I'm not done, right? And so unfortunately, wildlife crime and fauna and flora crime, or however you want to call it now, is I mean, it's not really a good idea to put a dollar amount on it, because where does that estimate come from? But globally, we know that human trafficking, it's the most pervasive market globally, followed by cannabis trade, arms smuggling, human smuggling, and then wildlife crime. So sometimes it's $5 billion, sometimes it's $25 billion US a year. Who knows? It's a lot. We also know that Asia has the highest levels of criminality due to large size of the land, the diversity of natural resources, the large number of people there, and also it's an economic powerhouse, right? And so sometimes we think of conservation crimes as being only happening in places where, incredibly rural, livelihood-dependent people are living. But this is an urban mega city issue as well. I think we also like to think about conservation crimes as occurring in, areas where there's maybe, low literacy, very livelihood dependent, people are dependent on the land for their livelihoods. But state actors are actually the most dominant agents when it comes to crime, ranging from really low-level agents to state capture. So for those of us that are putting a lot of faith in government and governance and governmentality to help us resolve problems, unfortunately, the government systems are often populated by individuals who are the worst actors. So the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, they're starting to do this global crime index, and so they're creating these global scores, and these chloropleth maps are offering. I mean, it's a little bit misleading, but for a presentation like this, I think it illustrates. It's globally distributed, it's everywhere, and there are certain hotspots. So we know for fauna crimes, right? You can see that there's this global score for fauna crimes, which are a little bit higher than the scores for, I'm not going to touch it, for flora crimes. You can also start to compare fauna crimes to crimes like arms trafficking, right? And so you can start to see that at high levels, or at a country level or a regional level, a lot of these types of crimes are co-occurring. And so when you have organized crime, you have all these kind of coincident, convergent risks that are happening in these places, which then influence a country's ability to engage in sustainable development. Thought I'd throw cocaine up there, and not to kind of miss out on IUU fishing, but it's interesting sometimes that we tie IUU fishing to nations, right? Even though this is an activity that's happening in the water, so this can be a little bit misleading because it doesn't necessarily tell us where these activities are occurring, but you can still see at a country level. Countries that are known to be involved with IUU fishing. So the darker colors are those countries that are more involved. So what are some interventions, some activities, right? So I'd like to give you some good news. There's no shortage of innovation, right? So for those of us that care about these issues and bringing evidence to action, here are a few suggestions, right? So we use sniffer dogs. We work with people to train sniffer dogs at transit points to increase interception of illegally traded products. And dogs can be good ambassadors, and or they can cause other types of law enforcement versus community types of challenges. But sniffer dogs are used everywhere in many places. We try to do training and capacity building. In some places, right, there's this sensitization of national and regional actors about wildlife trafficking laws. There can be hotspot and priority route identification. Some of the big routes, we get the airlines involved, like sometimes JetBlue on their flights from Boston to sort of, the Caribbean may have a placard in the back of their seat saying, hey, don't bring a a sea turtle home with you. And then there's all sorts of governance, right? The innovations in the governance space are huge. I'm going to talk more about this, but there's these transfrontier conservation areas, there's public-private partnerships. A lot of the times, if there are ungoverned spaces, you can just slap a protected area around it, and there's an opportunity to create a whole sort of new set of problems, but also help to intervene when it comes to conservation crime. And then there's technology, right? There's sensors and species identification. There's trying to get technology into the hands of new actors. There's the U.S. government, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife has a Genius Prize for innovation. X Prize is doing something on rainforests. Conservation X is trying to develop new innovations for, mitochondrial DNA analysis. National Science Foundation is funding work in this space. Paul Allen Foundation is so, there's no shortage of donors who are interested in supporting these activities. Also, science has something to contribute. I think that in addition to civil society and politicians and donors, there's also scientists. And so here's my call to you all to think about how science can start to help to change the knowledge landscape a little bit, find different solutions, and also potentially solution implementers. So this is what I do. I conduct science in this space, and sometimes I get sad because the science of biodiversity loss seems particularly, the social science of biodiversity loss and conservation crime can be really messy, right? So stakeholders can't give us data, right? So it's really hard to get feedback from cut trees or dead animals or animal parts, right? And then a lot of the times the humans that have touch points with these systems are incredibly disenfranchised. They might be being extorted, right? So the victims and offenders can be really silent. They can have limited societal interfaces. This science is so dominated by the global north and English-speaking scientists that sometimes the limited societal interfaces are just perverse because some of us can't speak more than English or read in non-English languages. Certainly with behavior, some of our behavior is covert, right? It's incredibly dynamic. Sometimes the bad offenders get caught. Those are the people that we see on closed circuit TV that makes the 5 o'clock news. But a lot of offenders are incredibly intelligent. They're incredibly dynamic, and they do a really good job avoiding detection. And so these are not easy behaviors to detect and cause really challenging measurement issues. And then the data are incredibly fragmented. I think it makes me hopeful to see data sets yes, countries are self-reporting data on fisheries, and there's I appreciated how you identified some of those challenges, but in my seat, I'm just boo-hoo, gosh, at least you have somebody reporting data, right? At least you have data. And then you can start to, scientists can start to say, okay, well, how do we address some of the bias associated with this data? Scientists love those kind of problems. In this space, the data are incredibly fragmented. They're not comprehensive, and there's a huge inability or a reluctance to share. There's not a community of practice here that is willing to engage. It's incredibly competitive. The scientists are competitive, and a lot of the time the scientists don't want to collaborate with each other, which I think is incredibly misfortunate. And I try to practice what I preach, so if you are interested in collaborating, come find me. We can try to work something out. So in sum, you have this, range of accelerating biodiversity loss. You have these nature crimes, and we have the kind of following situation. We have this historical use of wild fauna and flora that's been going on since literally forever. Humans have used wildlife and natural resources for forever. And our culture and our identity and our social systems are incredibly embedded in natural resource use. It's becoming problematic, in the Anthropocene, right? The more kind of humans there are on the earth, and the more these sustainable development challenges complicate us, and the more this kind of polyverse of global risks kind of expands, the more our culture and identity associated with natural resources is degraded. The variations in noncompliance with rules, it's just like there's no end to human innovation with how to not comply with rules. Some of the things that I do as a scientist is I try to think like an offender. And so like if you're always trying to look at like, you know, the weak points or the pain points, you know, I think I do a good job, and then, you know, my 8-year-old helps me figure out new ways to break rules. And so these are like the rules of law, right? So there's, you know, the rules of law that we have to follow here, but then there's also social norms. And social norms can change sometimes when people move through immigration, through migration, through refugee, conditions. They selectively bring norms with them and don't bring norms with them. And so there's just this constant shifting landscape of rules in use that I think is really interesting for noncompliance. And then the innovation, I think, is really exciting, right? So there's new governance, there's new scientific engagement every day in this space. So that's probably my most happy point right there. So I thought it would be interesting to think about, like, this is where we are now, like, where are we going? Like, what's going to happen in 50 years to this space? Because we don't have good data sets, and we don't have, our data is so fragmented, we can't look at trends, we can't draw inferences, and so scientists are really hamstrung. But some of us know a few things. So I thought I would just offer kind of like, you know, okay, so like 50 years from now, like, where are we going? And why is this, like, why is like being a futurist useful maybe in this context? I propose to you, maybe this will be motivating and energizing for us, especially in the post-lunch period. This can also help us provide a direction. Sometimes, you know, social scientists call it horizon scanning, but I think that kind of having an idea about different futures can help us be really strategic. It can help us hone our values and also decide and prepare. A few of us at lunch were having a couple of conversations about, like, you know, shocks, right? So there's black swan events, there's white swan events. You know, we didn't know exactly what COVID-19 would look like, but we kind of knew it was going to happen. We also know it's going to happen again. What's it going to look like? Is it going to co-occur with another kind of shock? Who knows? But you know, can we decide and prepare? Okay, so here are like 3 futures. I'm not that creative, so I called future 1 like a sunshine scenario. Like, what if things get better? Like, how can Meredith be happy? And then like a storm scenario. Like, what if things get like kind of not so great? And then what if they stay the same, right? Like, what if we kind of like stay the course for kind of what we see based on our incredibly fragmented data set? And then how might we kind of like assess, how might we go through this future? So what might the natural scientists say? And then what might the social scientists say? And then what might the transdisciplinary scientists say? This is all a proposal for you. So knock it down. I think some of the selected measures that natural scientists would look at, you know, looking at land use, land cover data, biodiversity conservation data, ecosystem resilience and transformation. There's like really cool data sets about, you know, there's conservation organizations working in key biodiversity areas or conservation landscapes. Like, maybe we could kind of be motivated to measure, you know, by those scales. And then, you know, the IUCN, the IPBES, the CBD, they offer us some kind of guidelines about like what we would measure, the frequency, that kind of thing. Social scientists might be very interested in thinking about gender and justice, the wildlife economy, which is like another word for kind of like sustainable use, indigenous people in local communities and kind of their livelihoods, maybe law enforcement, also criminal justice. So we have the Aichi targets, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, and then we have, you know, UNEA, IPBES, and Agenda 2030 that offer us some guidelines for how we might measure. And then, you know, there are these transdisciplinary sciences, you know, these kind of convergent frameworks. So, you know, we have One Health, which offers us a synergistic perspective. You know, climate change offers a synergistic perspective. Sometimes transfrontier conservation areas or human-wildlife conflicts, like, kind of bring it all together. Anyway, so, you know, and you might have bilateral, multilateral conventions and agreements or planetary health measures. And then I would say, maybe we could look at the World Risk Report or UNEA's Global Resource Outlook as ways to think about measuring. So qualitatively, if you buy, these are some measures that we could use to sort of think about what 2074 is going to look like. What's some sunshine? Maybe I should have ended with sunshine. It's going to get cloudy. Okay, so sunshine. Like what would be great? What would be really good? Okay, like a future that was defined by partnerships, improved quality of life and biological diversity, reduced harms for people and wildlife. Like I think that this could be a great space to be in 50 years from now. And we might see, ecosystem health and function we would see increased resilience and decreased vulnerability to climate change and human-wildlife conflicts. We might see decreased biodiversity loss and function, planetary wellness and well-being, strong ecosystem services. So our natural scientists, our collaborators could help us measure and we would have some confidence that this is what we saw. The social scientists might say, you know what? We see increased sovereignty in communities and regions. There's decreased social conflict and state tension. There's authentic gender and inclusion of Indigenous people in local communities. There's empowerment. It's great. It's really great. And then also, we have crime prevention and we have just responses. So we have, instead of really punitive, penal system focused, solutions, we're doing more, justice-oriented responses like restorative justice or crime prevention. There's decreased incarceration rates. There's sustainable use. That's it for sunshine. What does it look like if we don't fix it, right? So this is if it gets worse. I think these shared global challenges, there's going to be more contestation, more fragmentation, more disequilibrium, more insecurity. There's also going to be a rise in the role of non-state actors in wildlife management, in biodiversity management, and natural resource management. I can't tell you, well, I mean, I guess I can. Every time I go back into the field, it's really interesting to me to see how many more non-state actors are more engaged in managing natural resources. And I work where humans live, right? So I'm not like, I don't just work on forest elephants. Like I have projects in Mexico, Cameroon, Gabon, South Africa, Mozambique, Madagascar and Vietnam right now. Like I'm globally distributed. This is all across the places where I work. Non-state actors, business is good for them, and it's just going to get better in this storm scenario. So we're going to see ecosystem failure and function, right? And so this is going to get worse. Our natural scientists are going to tell us that there's been local and regional extinction. This is going to have to be something that we're going to have to start governing. Instead of preventing extinction, we're going to have to start coping with extinction. We're going to have ex-situ dominated conservation. We're going to have generalist and invasive species dominating our ecosystems, which has implications for ecosystem services. I think we're going to have really hollowed out governance. I think governance is going to get, it's going to be a shell, right? And compliance will be degraded. We're probably going to see more state capture. There could be more ungoverned spaces, diplomatic tensions, maybe online crime ecosystems grow and exploit. I think that the social science has will have a lot to say here, and we will be uncovering mostly unhealthy conditions. And I think we're going to see more exclusion, right? In terms of, prevention and justice, I think we're going to see more and more exclusion in terms of fragmentation, more unsustainable and unjust actions that are fueled by hierarchy and isolationism, and also power plays. And so I chose a flat tire for this visualization because I think that kind of I don't think we're going to be able to go as far without these collaborations. But like, what if we stay the same, like a kind of a status quo type of position? I think these global challenges are going to fester. They're going to continue to linger. I don't think that they're going to go away on their own. They're not ephemeral. Rules are going to continue to weaken, both the rule of law and rules in use. Our ability to work collaboratively, and in terms of collective action, I think it's going to fumble more and more. And I think we're going to see some freedom for innovation and governance, but maybe some of that freedom is going to be decreased. I think for ecosystem declines, I think we're going to see charismatic ecosystems and benefiting, right? We're going to have more of a prioritization. And so the warm and fuzzies, they're going to be prioritized and others are going to degrade, right? The snakes and the scorpions, I think are not going to benefit as much as elephants or black bears or tigers, or pangolins, right? So who knew what a pangolin was 5 years ago, right? Who knows what they are now? Right? And resources are going to be increasingly directed at triaging extinction, right? So instead of doing something proactively, we're going to triage at expense of other programs. And then I think governance will be degraded. We'll be able to have less faith in what governance can offer us in terms of compliance. So we'll have independent and unbalanced management that's focused on internal and national needs. And we're going to have aging human populations, aging biodiversity population. Elephants will get older and humans will get older, and we'll have shrinking workforces. And we'll deflect our blame, and we'll do more scapegoating. We'll do a lot more othering. The biodiversity loss space is already dominated by a lot of kind of finger pointing and like conservation justified xenophobia almost. And I think that will we'll just deflect blame and scapegoat. Okay, so those are three futures that could potentially happen in this space. Things to kind of think about, provoke some creative juices. And so when I think of these futures, I don't sleep at all. And so what keeps me up at night are like a range of research questions. And I think that these questions diffuse across ecosystems, they're everywhere, right? So I'm very interested in like who benefits and who is burdened by either the causes of biodiversity loss or the consequences of biodiversity loss. How to govern across scales is incredibly curious to me. We have hyper-local issues, and then you have these transnational, syndicates that are operating. And how are we supposed to govern across all of these different times and spaces? The idea of knowledge production is incredibly interesting to me. There's a lot of experts, there's a lot of non-experts. AI-based knowledge is going to start to come into the play. So it's not just like experts and lay people, it's like experts and lay people and the Terminator. Like, I don't know, like who produces knowledge and how does that knowledge get equalized? There's a typo and I apologize. Exogenous variables, right? So shocks, what's going to happen with the next COVID? What's going to happen with the next, Hurricane Katrina? What's going to happen with the next, what's going to happen in Ukraine? What's going to happen in Gaza? These are things that we're living with today. And then the role of women and youth and gender, I think are really important to think about. I observe that the inclusion of women is increasing in a lot of conversations. I think social science and sustainability science is doing lots of room to grow, but where are the youth? And then also, to have a very global North, U.S. centric, East Coast centric. Gender is not a binary variable to me, but for many people in many places of the world, it is. And so I don't know how we're going to rectify, science that's trying to think about inclusion of diversity when we have such different perceptions of diversity and we can't come up with standard. Our lowest common denominators are binary and not that useful for trend analysis or drawing inferences. I think it also keeps me up at night to think about how we're actually going to practice our research. So we're at Rutgers, we're at a land-grant university. I work at a land-grant university. How are we actually supposed to translate science into this science policy society interface, or just research evidence-based? How are we supposed to start dealing with ungoverned spaces? The number of ungoverned spaces are increasing, right? So we know right now that Gaza is quite ungoverned, but there's a lot of internally displaced people. There's a lot of refugee camps around the world. There's a lot of places in the world where the U.S. news media doesn't talk about like what's happening in Sudan right now, what's happening in the WAP complex, what happens in these ungoverned spaces, and how do we bring science to society there? One thing I would like to acknowledge is team science. So I have the privilege and the burden of working on teams. And I think that team science is one of the hardest things that I do. And I don't always like it. And I said it on camera. But team science is so important, and like unequivocally, we need to be working together on these problems. Like, these are wicked problems. They're super wicked problems. They're wicked, super wicked problems. It's just like, if one person could have figured out the answer to these questions, they would have done it already, right? And so that means that we have to work on teams. And so we need better science on team science, because it's not that easy. I don't know about this idea about like, so when I say compliance, my university is incredibly supportive of me, and I feel as though I work with my administration and my office of sponsored programs to be like, when I have an issue, they work with me. But like the compliance obligations for donors, for governments, for conducting social science research, I'm 20 months into waiting for a permit from a government that I will not name. How is science supposed to be functioning and being translated onto the ground for people when you have these like shifting targets and shifting baselines for compliance? I think resource sharing is going to be increasingly important for us to think about as we start to think about open data, big data, AI-derived data, the validity of data, the reliability of data, resource sharing. And the fact that a lot of Indigenous people in local communities don't want to share data with us, and yet we continue to push. And so what does that look like in terms of collecting data and then also giving back, like sharing data back? And then this idea of science diplomacy, I think that scientists are in a unique position to interact with each other across spaces. Like, we can talk to each other in instances where others can't, right? So, when Ethiopia and Eritrea normalized relations a couple years ago, one of the first things that the countries did together is they gave scientists like $20,000 and they collared a bunch of elephants together, right? So scientists think, okay, like they have standard operating procedures for collaring elephants, but there's like, something that seems kind of like low-hanging fruit can be really, I think, impactful in these spaces. I think I'd like to just offer some of the tools. Like, I think about, how can we bring the best available tools to the table to try to start, sciencing some of these issues. And so like, I just had that visualization of like Matt Damon and the Martian, like, how are we gonna science this? And like, he makes like, how does he grow all those potatoes, So we're not stuck on Mars, like we can talk to each other. And so like the cool thing is that I think that social science is like booming in the tool space, right? So we have new methods of participatory mapping, power mapping, counter mapping. We have really amazing methods for co-design, co-production, co-knowledge generation. We have open data, we have big data like never before. Social science, can work increasingly with computer scientists and operations engineers. We can do simulations, we can do digital twinning, we can start to do a better job with forecasting. I put science diplomacy twice because I think diplomacy is also a tool. And then trying to bring social movements like, the Black Lives Matter movement into social science disciplines, right? So the idea of like positive criminology has never been so, like the kind of subgenre has never been so fruitful and relevant as it has been, in the U.S. today since George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter movement. So I think there's so many research tools out there that we can tap into in a more deliberate way for positive gain. I don't know how I am for time, so I apologize, but I just wanted to acknowledge some of the funding support that I have that encouraged my thinking for this particular talk. And hopefully I provoked some thinking and tried to build on the amazing kind of presentations that we had earlier. And I'll just say thanks again for the opportunity to participate. That's it.
So we're going to ask our three speakers to come up and join us on stage. And as I mentioned, one of the things that we've been trying to do over the last few months that we've gotten this planning grant is to form some working groups, which are composed of both Rutgers folks and folks outside Rutgers, across foods, food systems, biodiversity, and fisheries to think about some of these challenging questions. And so those working groups are co-led by two people in each of those. And so we've asked one of the working group leads to come up. And so we're going to have Victoria Ramenzoni, who is an assistant professor in human ecology, who's been working with the Fisheries group, is going to come up for the panel. Jesse Rodenbiker, who's an assistant teaching professor in the geography department here at Rutgers, is going to join us. And then Dena Seidel, who's a visiting scholar in plant sciences and has been working with the food working group, is going to join our panel as well. So speakers, you've got to come up too. So one of the things that I asked our working group leads to open the panel with are some brief reflections on the talks that they've heard today and the sort of resonance that it might have for working groups going forward. So we'll start with maybe 5 minutes from each of the working group leads. And then I want to offer time to Jennifer and Meredith and Ratana to respond to one another as well, because there have been a lot of cool intersections. So things that you saw that resonated, that were interesting, open it up there. And then I also have some prepared questions as well, and we'll see where we're at time-wise. So please join us here.
Where do you want us?
Just anywhere on the seats here. Great. So we have to share mics. I think there's 4 for everybody. Okay, great. So I think I'll start. Jesse, can I start with you on the end? And yeah. Or you can pass a mic around as well, whatever works easiest. We need to use the mics because we still have folks online. So.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Through? Okay. Thanks so much to all of the speakers for these incredibly rich talks. They give us an incredible amount to think about, and I think they're a really great starting point and jumping off point for the conversations that we're going to have over the next few days. So I want to take the time here just to raise maybe 2 points or 2 questions to make sure that there's enough time for people in the audience to pose questions to the speakers and to have the speakers have some discussion amongst themselves. And I want to raise 1 point about scale and 1 point about questions of socioeconomic relations and socioeconomic forces. And I'm putting these out there in case, if anyone wants to respond to them, that's great, but also just putting them out into the ether in case they inform some of the questions that people might have or some of the discussions that we have over the next couple of days. So scale is really important, I think, in how we delimit, approach, and understand a particular issue around sustainability governance. So in our small group, I'm part of the biodiversity group, scale came up many different times in our conversations. It's really crucial for how we define and approach a given problem, and also shapes different ways in which we can see a given issue. So just to think about one example, I want to draw attention to the high-value dried seafood retail. So we can think about things like shark fins, which I think is a pretty good example, something that everyone knows, and I think something that kind of speaks to each of the groups here. It intersects with fisheries, it's an issue of food, and it's an issue of biodiversity loss. So some of the most recent figures around this are something around 70% of global defination for shark fin exploitation at sea, and movement into consumption arenas in large cities like Hong Kong and New York City. In part of what I want to emphasize here is that thinking about the problem of biodiversity loss for marine animals harvested for food can look really different depending on what scale we approach the problem. It could be a problem of international trade and international regulation. It can be a local fisheries issue. It can be a transnational fisheries issue. It could be global in scale. It can even be thought of on an urban scale. So if we're thinking about the ways in which shark fins have a life within cities like Hong Kong, for instance, there's a whole kind of cultural economy and a set of foodways around them. So I'm just putting that out there as one kind of thing that we can think about. And I think many of the speakers here talked about different ways they think about scale really brilliantly in their presentations. At the same time, I want to bring attention to thinking about social and economic relationships and socioeconomic structural forces. Because in many ways, socioeconomic relations structure how people relate to nature, how they relate to a natural resource, how they think about it, and how at times they exploit or overexploit it. And there's a wide range of literatures around this, types of topics that think about structural economic pressures on local resource users. There's a lot of work on enclosures and dispossession, dispossession from land, dispossession from resources, and access. Some of the speakers brought up questions of social justice and environmental justice more broadly. And we can also think about different forms of social differentiation, such as class and gender. So in many ways, I think it's really important to bring these questions out and put these themes out there in case people want to raise questions about them or think about them over the next 3 days. And again, what I'm trying to emphasize here is each of these, even looking from a single issue, if we think about it from a different scale, if we think about different types of socioeconomic forces and pressures, the problem can look different. So if I were to just kind of simplify this into a kind of question, it would be how does scale and how does socioeconomic relations shape the way that you think about sustainability governance? I'll leave it there.
So, thank you. I'm Victoria. Nice to meet you. Very stimulating talks. It was hard to come up with a positive outlook, and I apologize for that. I tend to be very pessimistic, so I really empathize with the 3 scenarios and your choice of living there. But being that negative person that I am, I was able to detect very similar topic or thread in the conversations that we had. So you all point to failures in terms of governance of these transnational, international organizations. And it makes me wonder, what are the, and I know this is gonna be mean from my part to do this to you, but what are good potential models that we can think of that may work? It doesn't have to be as aspirational as an international organization, but it makes me rethink, so whom should I be engaging with when I'm trying to talk to that kind of level of stakeholders? The other thing that really stood out for me is, like Ratana was saying, it came out on the other talks, this idea of human rights and how many of the things that we're talking about are indeed part of the capacity of humans to act on the environment. So going back to the criminalizing part and your question about what do we do as scientists, which is, it was really staggering to me that you refer to yourself as a scientist constantly, which as a social scientist is like, you know, anathema to me, but so it really made me think about, you know, we're talking about human rights, we're talking about equity, we're talking about solutions, and we're dealing with conflict at the same time. We're talking about different cultural systems, we're talking about transforming society. So of course, we're gonna have conflict embedded in the whole thing. So it made me wonder, how do you see yourself? How do you see the work that you do? And I wanted to bring back that conversation again. Yeah, and I think that is a lot that I've given you, but thinking about that, thinking about the future, what are the resources that we need in our humble role as scientists to move forward on the work that we do? I just wanted to pick that from you guys.
We don't get to hear them respond. So thank you so much. It was really an incredible honor to be here. And I just felt so lucky to hear from each of you. So much new information, so much incredible ways of thinking. And I think there's a lot of tools here. So I was actually more optimistic rather than less. So thank you also, Pam, and everybody who's organized this. I have an honor of being part of our food systems working group. I'm co-chairing with Kevan Riney, and I'm honored to be collaborating with him. And I think one of the things we've been talking about is that in our food system working group, we do have part of our attention is on small island states and what we can learn from them, because that can be quite different, right, than what we presented earlier, because these island states, of course, can't be doing large-scale commercial agriculture. There's no monocropping, at least in the countries I get to work in. The social fabric and the culture is still very much intact. It's almost 99% still indigenous folks. It doesn't have much of an expat community. And so even though they've been impacted by generations and decades now since World War II and all the imported food, they are looking at ways to develop their sustainable food systems. So we're looking at learning from the indigenous populations in these islands, who of course, at least in the countries, and I'm sure Kevan in your where you're working as well, have some of the greatest biodiversity, right? So we know this number that it goes back and forth, 6-7% of the population is indigenous people, overseeing what, 80% of the world's biodiversity? I think that number is somewhere in there, right? And so what can we learn? And also, of course, we're also seeing things like illegal clear cutting of the rainforest. For instance, in the islands I work in Pohnpei, a good weekly salary is, if you are in the cash economy, is $200 a week, but they're getting $200 a plant from kava if they clear cut the top of the rainforest, right? So how can you argue with that, right? And yet there's a lot of laws that make that illegal. So I think one of the things that was, if Simi is still here, Simi was asking about in some of the countries in Micronesia, both land tenure and ocean tenure, right? I think, Pam, you're sharing that this is really about looking at conservation, governance from the social sciences. And one of the things that struck me when we had this wonderful talk, and thank you so much, about small-scale fisheries, in all the policy work we've been doing in Federated States of Micronesia, supporting them, we come in to assist, we are of service, and it's all being led by the people in terms of their own governance and policy, in terms of community-led, sustainable, culturally based food system development, but we have not been hearing any recognition of small-scale fisheries. And so that was very interesting. In fact, one of the projects we're leaving for on Thursday that we get to work on, it has one of the components is assisting with them establishing local governance mechanisms for both traditional indigenous farmers in the forests and the fishers to be able to communicate to the policymakers what they need. Those mechanisms are really not in place, right? So this was just so super exciting for me to hear what everybody has been talking about. So I guess when we think about our working group, our food system working group, is what can we learn in many different spaces? Of course, the work has to be here in New Jersey as well, which is considerably more complicated. We still are ocean and land state. One thing that we also found that was interesting when we talked about farming families where we work is that food systems are both terrestrial and marine. And when we're talking about farming families, they often separate fisheries from aquaculture. I don't know if you guys have found that as well, but fisheries, of course, being wild and aquaculture being ocean farming. So all I can say is as where, to the degree to which we can learn to be of assistance and create teams, and I think what we're able to do with our food system science team that is now being contracted to assist the states and national governments in the Federated States of Micronesia, it's specifically because we're interdisciplinary, right? And so I need to acknowledge Dr. Jim Simon of plant biology, Dr. Rumuga Vindasamy of DAFRI, and Dr. Oscar Schofield. Those are our main PIs on that. project. So that's already 3 different departments. Dr. AJ both came with us to Micronesia and actually transformed the College of Micronesia by suggesting how they could change their hydroponic system and they did. So those are ways in which we can all collaborate. So I do think interdisciplinarity, team science working together is super necessary. Thank you.
Should we go in the order we spoke this morning or reverse order? Is this mic working? Great, thanks. These were really excellent comments and reflections and questions. And I think those 3 comments actually fit together really, really nicely, so thank you. In terms of, I'm going to pick on, some of the points that you raised and hopefully be a little bit coherent. I really appreciate the point about scale, and I actually think about scale a lot, and I know my own expertise and approach is global stuff. Like, I've studied international relations. I'm really interested in the big picture, but I'm interested in it because that big picture matters for the local scale, for local initiatives. And so a big motivation for the work that I do is because I do think that more localized territorial food systems are the way that we need to move. But those systems cannot thrive in a context where there are global dynamics that are pushing against it. And those global dynamics can be poor governance frameworks. For example, I mentioned competition policy earlier, and it's one of my common refrains. I think we need to deal with that issue. But we also have other structures and things going on at the global level that are pushing against the success of smaller scale initiatives. And one of those is what you had also mentioned is the structural issues and inequality in particular, and this came up in all of your questions. This inequalities generally in the global economy are hugely problematic for all of these issues that we're talking about. And it relates to the question earlier about poverty. And I think, we can't just talk about poverty without talking about inequality. We have to understand the forces that are leading to that inequality and dealing with that question. I think it's the biggest issue for global governance generally today. But when we look at things like food governance, the case that I know fairly well, and the high-level expert panel just put out a report last year on inequalities, and we're forced by governments to keep the scope small, if you can keep the scope of inequality small, and only talk about inequalities within the food system. And I'm thinking that's not the only problem here, because inequalities more generally, more broadly, are affecting people's ability to access an adequate diet, for example, to access livelihoods. It's not just inequalities within food systems. So I do think we have to think about those scales, and they're all like nested within each other and interrelate with each other from the very local to the very global. And I do think we have to keep that, always keep that in mind. In terms of the question you asked here, the second set of comments here about how the potential models and how we think about issues in our own roles. I think here, I'm a big believer in that we can improve governance through improving norms and behaviors. And it doesn't always have to be a formal written agreement. It can be, just normative change, ideas. Ideas matter. And we, yes, we can call ourselves scientists or social scientists, but that's what we do. We broker in ideas. We take evidence, we analyze it, we come up with ideas and new ways to think about things that can make a difference. And I just want to give one example of some of the work that we did in the past couple of years that I think has really, against most governments' will, we seeded an idea that has taken off. And it's super exciting to do that. So, and forgive me for going into some of the weeds here, but for decades, we've talked about food security as having 4 pillars, and it's just really common. You can rattle them off, right? There's availability, there's access, there's utilization, that sort of refers to nutrition, and stability. And everybody always talked about the 4 pillars, but what we decided to say, and coming back to this inequality question, and we decided that it's more than that. It's also about agency. In other words, the ability of people to have a say in how they relate to food systems, how food systems are governed. Unless people have the capacity and the space to engage in food systems on their own terms, they're not going to have food security. And we brought in sustainability. That should be a pillar of food security. If we don't have sustainable food systems, we're not going to have food security, full stop. And so we took this idea of 4 pillars and turned it into 6 dimensions. And we said, nope, there's 6 dimensions. And we wrote a paper about it, and we got it published in a nice journal. And many governments, when we presented this to them in the governmental forum, were like, we don't understand what you mean by agency. We don't think it's a thing. We have no idea what you're talking about. Having said that, the FAO started to cite our work. Other aid agencies of governments that did agree with the idea started to cite our work. And suddenly, people are talking about 6 dimensions of food security as opposed to 4 pillars. And now we're talking about agency. When we talk about agency, we're grappling with these issues of justice, fairness, inequality, and we have to have those conversations. So I think as scientists, we can really play positive roles in seeding these kinds of ideas and getting people to think about things in a different way and changing norms. And now the governments have to respond. And I'm like, yeah, we did that. So anyway, and then coming to the final set of questions, yeah, these are really important points about small island states. I really take your point there about food systems being different in these contexts, but you're absolutely right too that many small island states have become food import dependent, whereas they didn't used to be before, partly because of that overproduction, subsidization of industrial production in other parts of the world. Coming back to the global scale question, is that what's happening elsewhere really matters for any location in the world, including small island states. But in terms of like learning from indigenous peoples and their systems, I totally agree with you. And I think there's some really good and important work happening right now about bringing indigenous ways of knowing and indigenous ways of understanding and policy development into policies and practice. And it's not just about consulting with indigenous peoples and taking those ideas and plugging it into an existing governance framework. It has to be about co-production of knowledge with indigenous peoples and putting indigenous peoples in the lead in terms of what needs to happen and working together in policy formation. And I think it's really challenging. It's challenging for governments, to sort of think about doing governance in different ways. But I think that's what has to happen because indigenous peoples have knowledge that is extremely important for us in understanding all of these questions we've been talking about, food systems, fisheries, biodiversity, et cetera. And indigenous peoples and their ways of knowing are at risk unless we change the way we do things. So thank you. I appreciate those questions.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I have a microphone. I don't know what to say. It's kind of interesting, right? Because you can imagine, I take the points here about, we're talking about, we might be looking at things very differently depending on where you sit, where you come from, what your perspectives are, right? If you come from a global south or global north, if you come from a rural or urban, and I think it's okay. Because we have to recognize that, right? That problems can be different depending on the scale or the perspective. You're from an impoverished community and always feel marginalized. You take the problem and also solution quite differently. And I think that's the beauty of it. It messes things up, but that's what we need. Because we kind of have to get into that, I think, the uncomfortable space to foster good conversation, because otherwise we think that this is going to be easy. Well, it is not, right? And I think I sense that, right, that we're all struggling with this in terms of almost like trying to tame something that is really should not be tamed, right? So I think the conversation about anything that we put in when we think about global governance or local governance or any level of governance, any kind of size and of the problems and issues and the solution space, it should look different, right, for any context that we operate. And I think, whether you're small island states or you want to think about, what you presented, which is this high-value dried fish, shark fins, you think about what can happen and the examples that we can bring forward. I remember the situation with shark fins. You know that when we try to, kind of stop promoting, or ban shark finning, basically, right? It has to be through trade, and it's a young people. It's actually Chinese, the Chinese American, live in California and other places, and basically they say to their parents, right? You want us to get married, yeah? We're not gonna have shark fin soup in our banquet. Are you gonna be okay with that, right? So, getting your grandchildren or having a banquet with shark fin that shows, your wealth and, the status in the society, right? So it is one of those kind of, I remember that example because it's something that you would not have thought that, what would they use to put themselves in a position to negotiate, right? Or to really gain bargaining power in that case. And it is really that. So you're going to have to really think, to me, it's like, it's a fun thing to do, which is to think outside the box and trying to be creative and etc. But at the same time, you need to kind of connect back to what matters, to people of different generations. And I think every generation has their own solution and a way to think about it. And I am totally fine with people who want to contribute to the conversation about governance that with different perspectives. Let's say that if we are saying that people in fisheries coming from older generation, well, they have certain mentality, image, and even connection to the fisheries in a very different ways that younger people would. So fishing for the new generation, the younger people, would have to look very different from the fishing of the other generation. So how can we put together a framework on opportunities and space for those younger people to be able to do things that fit the way they think about the world? I am actually in shock every time I hear my nieces and nephews say, I'll go to school, but I don't know if I want to work all that much. I kind of like a passive income. And I'm just like, isn't passive income start from active income? What am I missing here, right? But that's their world, and I'm interested in learning more about that. So to me, that is a different way of going about that. I know I'm not answering any of these, and this is the thing because Pam and Rachel never told us what this panel is going to be about. So I thought we'd just say whatever we wanted to say, but. It's kind of inspiring, right? When I am totally with you, Meredith. Like, I would not want to be in your situation, like going with, I think I go a lot with what happens when you know something and you're not able to talk about it. And that's hard, right? And one way you feel like, it is, are you part of that? Is this complicit, right? It's totally, and what about your own morality and your own self-worth and everything, right? But there's, it's the same thing when you see small-scale fishing people engage in illegal fishing. They do things that you wonder, right? And they, on one hand, they said they have reasons for it, and I believe in everybody's rationale and everything. And that's the point of humility, actually, that I think is important to recognize, simply because I can never put myself in their shoes. We did research on poverty, and we basically said that, right, that it's a mosaic. It's poverty is in the eye of, if you are, this is an, ethnic and ethic kind of perspective, right? If you are living impoverished, in poverty, it's very different from people who look at poverty from the outside. right? So it's something that, if you wanted to teach, and I'm going to go back to one of the questions, if you wanted to teach, governance or teach team science or teach, anything we like to teach, it's not easy because it's at most, it's kind of, try your best, right, to relate to what you don't know well, right? And then be good at it. And then I really have no idea, right, how to, so maybe all this reality TV has something to teach us, right? So put yourself in a room full of people you don't like and then figure it out what to do. And then, hopefully there's a winner. But again, maybe there is no winner. And I think when it comes to biodiversity, food security, and issues with fishery, it's hard. It's not about trade-off. There's no win-win-win. It's 4 pillars or 6 pillars. It's still no winners. What do you do there, right? So I'm not answering any question in particular, but I'm kind of like thinking that this is a kind of conversation that it's a privilege to be here to have an opportunity to talk about it because we don't do that often enough. And I think the fact that we're talking about it can really take us to another space where we could be better informed at least and have a better thought process going as well. So thank you for that.
May I ask another question before you last answer? And this is just whether in your space as you work, this concept of indigenous knowledge as conservation knowledge is something that you work with or you reference or you hear? Because I didn't hear it in your presentations, but that sense of people having lived in spaces for very long periods of time before the Industrial Revolution and being able to be very, very much conservation-based just as their culture, that the culture and practices are conservation. So I would hear that phrase quite a bit in the United Nations or at COP. Is that when you're thinking of the small-scale fisheries or when you're thinking of food systems or when you're thinking of wildlife, are you thinking of what were some of the conservation traditional practices that were more respectful of animals and plants and less overusing?
So that's an awesome question. So yes, I guess for me, I think thank you for all the questions and all the thought-provoking, all of it. I guess, yes, I use what often I hear called traditional ecological knowledge or local knowledge. And I think that when I write about it in a peer-reviewed manuscript or I talk about it, I might use words like traditional ecological knowledge. When I am in the field, I don't think I use the same words, right? So, for me, it's understanding the local language. So Fadi, the sort of traditional system of engaging with certain, it's a normative system of governance with natural resources, right? And so I can read literature about Fadi on turtles or tortoises, Fadi on lemurs, Fadi on certain species of tree, but then I think I engage in it in the field in a different way. And so for me, excuse me, there's a little bit of like researcher and post-translation between a concept that lives in the literature and in the journals and then what I actually do in the field, and then vice versa. But yes, I certainly am aware of the different kind of knowledge systems and also what I know and what I don't know and how I know. I think that can be interesting. I'll just say that the one word that kind of comes to mind after all of this is boundaries. So, I was really inspired to think about boundaries in terms of scale. I guess, when I think about measuring something, what scale, what are the boundaries that I'm going to put on a particular research question or ecosystem? The only thing I can add that we haven't really talked about is that some of my research is now looking, so ecosystems, I look at crime ecosystems, and I'm also trying to look at virtual crime ecosystems and the role of, particularly since COVID, we have this online literacy and online access and online world that now exists. I sound so meta, but you know what I mean? Like it's part of the equation. So I think as we start to think about scale and boundaries, it's useful to think about that because it's relevant to food and fish, and I'll just call it fraud for like the triple F thing. I guess I was also thinking about boundaries when I was thinking about like the small island states and like what to learn. Limited resources. Yeah, so I've been struggling, as an example, you know, I have a participatory mapping activity, essentially a very similar set of research questions, but I'm trying to implement it for vulture poaching and trafficking in Mozambique, which is a much larger landscape, and also pangolin trafficking, which is in an urban environment in Cameroon. So two different countries kind of, but like what scale, like, so I'm very fixated on measurement, like how am I gonna analyze my data? That like what are the boundaries? And then I was like, well, I'll just ask people what they think the boundaries should be, right? Like just kick the can down the road and make this participatory. And then it occurred, and then I was talking with one of my postdocs, and he said, you know, when you sometimes ask people to define boundaries, it actually causes conflicts that weren't there before. And so then, yeah, I just want to throw that out there, particularly with governance, right? So sometimes in some of the places where I work, the fact that there are not boundaries is actually better for governance than it's better for governance. Like if we were to actually define this, if we were to define the boundaries of a community, that could cause a lot of problems. Land tenure, ocean tenure, and then there can be like, that creates then othering between, say, indigenous groups who are trapped inside, right? So there was a creation of a national park, a bunch of minoritized indigenous groups were trapped inside the park, like locked in the park. And so to start to define their spaces might cause new conflicts between them. So I think that's something to think about. And then this idea of researcher positionality is something that, I ask all my doctoral students to actually write a statement of positionality. What is the world, like how do you look at the world and who are you and why are you doing what you're doing, right? That's a hard exercise. But since I've also done that for myself, the two things that I can say, and I offer this as a provocation, when I interviewed for my Jefferson Science Fellowship, you know, I'm sitting there with all these policymakers, assistant secretaries and ambassadors, and they said, well, what if you're supposed to be implementing a policy that you don't agree with, right? And we actually see that right now, where U.S. diplomats are resigning because they don't agree with policies. This is a super complicated position. And so what I say is I try to remember who I am when I show up is science doesn't make decisions. Scientists don't make decisions. Decision makers make decisions, and scientists support decision making. And so I think that in that instance, for me, like being able to know why I'm in the room and why I'm being asked to do certain things or say certain things is important for me to remember. And I think that's also me knowing my own boundaries as a human and as a professional and then as a person. So I don't tell people what to think. I tell people what to think about. It's not my job. This is my opinion. It's not my job to tell you what your position should be on a particular issue, but I can make sure that you know about it and are thinking about it. Very specifically, what resources do we need to move forward? We need time, we need course releases, we need administrative support, and we need exceptional retention of people in positions at universities that are grossly underfunded and cause such headaches for scientists to do their job, like paying invoices. If universities are going to, I hope you hear me, if universities are going to invest in pre-award support, they have to invest in post-award support, and that's all I'm going to say. I feel very strong.
If you don't mind, could I make a comment on that? Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And the reason why I'm asking that is I try to minimize the damage that I cause in the field. I'm an anthropologist, so you know that you create a perturbation, and sometimes you see yourself as going in and creating this positive change. And let's leave it at when someone asks you, how was your fieldwork, and they tell you exceptional, I don't believe them. Because if you're actually doing fieldwork, you're seeing the worst, you're seeing the best, but you're seeing the worst. So sometimes, it shows you the limits, and humility is essential for me. I think that is a key point. But I want to bring back attention to a couple of things that you guys all said, especially the example of the 6 dimensions and not making decisions being a scientist. So I had a short stint in the government, in the federal government sector, promoting social science and moving it through the ranks. And I realized that a lot of the implementation that happens after a policy is passed is not regulated. I mean, of course, you cannot regulate everything within the policy, otherwise it's inflexible. So you have this army of people that are actually implementing the policy. So I think that was my comment in terms of the common thread that I saw in your presentations, that we are failing at the transnational level in this kind of like governance institutions. But why is that we're not making those decision makers more explicit, the ones that are doing the thing? And I'm only asking that from the very local point, because I've seen a lot of NGO models, European NGO models being implemented at the local level. And you see the translation of research. We have not talked much about that. So you're talking about the 6 dimensions and how do you translate agency into the field. Then you have someone from an NGO coming in and developing all these programs where they think that agency is supposed to be X, Y, and Z. So again, my concern is always a moral concern, an ethical concern. At the end of the day, we're telling people things that they should be thinking about. But thinking into the future in terms of a governance institution or a set of techniques for making sure that that conversation between different value systems doesn't end up paralyzed. I wanted to ask if you have like things that maybe you have not thought through, but you saw that worked out.
Thank you for that question. And I just want to clarify, I only share my opinion when it's asked, unless I'm in the classroom, in which I tell students I'm getting on my soapbox. But so one thing that I observe is that when you're on a team and you're doing team science, you can engage people who are professional, like translational scholars, right? Or at a land-grant university, we call them extension agents. And these are people who are really exceptional at adult education and have a whole like array of skill sets that I think are so amazing. And so I think how do you do it? I think the implementation requires like implementers.
But the thing that you need funding for, the resources that we need, that would include that.
So I try to write them in, right? Like if I'm writing a grant, I try to write them in, or also I'm at a land-grant university. So I don't have a lot of lived experience not being surrounded by people who are unwilling to sort of partner in that space. But maybe others do. But usually at the US-based land-grant institutions, people are usually, we have extension agents. And then if you can describe the model to say like, I was working with an Italian scientist, and he's like, oh, we have people like that at my university. So it's like, okay, well, let's maybe they can be a co-author or a collaborator on the grant. I don't know what you've found.
Yeah, a couple questions that came up there. I mean, first I'll answer the one on Indigenous knowledge. And I did try to bring that in discussing the legitimacy in science policy interfaces that it needs to bring in Indigenous perspectives and Indigenous knowledge into our, studies that are trying to understand key issues and problems. Because without understanding the Indigenous perspective, we're missing a huge piece of the puzzle. But there is, I do think when governments are going into revising and designing governance processes, it's really important for that co-production of knowledge. But in science policy interfaces, that would be wonderful, but it's really hard to achieve in the sense that these scientific panels are basically set up with academic scholars mostly. And so we're trying to do public consultations where we bring in Indigenous perspectives. We do our best to read on Indigenous perspectives and bring it in, but I think it could be better, much better. But I appreciate your point. But when it comes to issues specifically like agroecology, many of the practices of agroecology, which we can do all kinds of science and understand how it's carbon sequestering and reducing pests in crops, it's, doing all kinds of great stuff in terms of biodiversity protection. A lot of those practices come from Indigenous farming systems and Indigenous foodways. And that's just one example. I mean, there's Indigenous knowledge in fisheries and wildlife management, et cetera. But I think there's more we can do, definitely. In terms of the question that just came up about agency, I mean, just to say, like, in a way, there's different ways to be academics, right? And I'm more of a political scientist, not a team researcher. So that's what I really appreciate your comments, Meredith. It's hard because I'm involved in some big teams and it's challenging, right? But there's also different ways you can be an academic where you can sort of do the micro work and you can also throw out big ideas. So when we did the 6 dimensions, it was throwing out a big idea. And the group of us, it was a small group of us that did that, we actually had no idea how that was going to come back and define our research agenda going forward. Because we're immediately asked, well, how do you measure that? And then you're asked, okay, so what's the indicator for a lack of agency, and how do you then inform governments about how to address the situation? So it's defining what I'm having to do, and you have to do that kind of work in teams because one person alone cannot do that. So it's challenging work, but it's exciting work. And and I agree with Meredith about telling people what to think about, not what to do. If we're gonna be throwing out those big ideas, we have to figure out how to shape the way that people can think about it, and then how it can inform implementation. Policy direction and then implementation. So I think I have the rest of my career's research agenda set for me, but it's important work. Anyway, Ratana. Oh, you've got.
Again, I have a microphone. I don't know what to do with it. So, where are we now? So, are we gonna continue? Are we gonna have questions from the audience?
I had a few prepared, but I want to see if there's others from the audience or online. So I'll just ask one of mine. And it's really aimed at the sort of unique opportunity that I think we have with this potential center and grant planning around it. And that is, it's social science driven. And I think probably if I ask everybody on stage, have you been in a situation before where the research question has been driven by the natural scientists and everything's already been sorted out, and then you as a social scientist have to come in at the end and you're about community engagement, right? And that model has been dominant in the past. And I think we have a real opportunity here for a center and for some planning around social science-driven questions, where we still want to be collaborative, we still want to bring cross-discipline action together, we want to bring natural scientists and social scientists together around questions that social science asks. And that, to me, is a really unique model. And so I want to ask our panelists, have you been in those situations before where the questions in large teams have been driven by social science? And what are the translational things you've had to do to make it clear why those are the questions that are being asked? What have you said to people who say like, oh, social science is about communicating the results, right? Like, how do we get this buy-in to the importance of social science as driving our research questions? So I'll let everyone here answer that however best they interpret, but I'll leave it as a provocative question.
Good, I like that one. Mm-hmm. I have said it in public, right? Because it is true. Many of us have been in that situation. And the first thing I said is that, basically, I'm trying to educate them a little bit, right? And saying that social science is not a service science, right? So you're not just like, you can't move along with this kind of whatever you're doing and then thinking that social science is going to come and fix it, right? Because you run against the wall there. It's interesting because your grant is national at NSF right. It's kind of a lot of the natural science and right, it's in there. My research is Social Science and Humanities Research Council. So even that funding mechanism, right, started to change. And people were complaining actually that why social science research need $2.5 million to do the project? It's like your science cheap, right? You should not need money to do your work. And I'm started to and I argue this with all the oceanographers and everybody who's ship time, you name it. Their science is super expensive. And at the end, when you put in a full cost calculation, we actually better off with the 2.5 million than them with the 60 million because we didn't spend it on ship time, right? So it's a real it when it comes to production of knowledge and moving the conversation forward, there's a lot that we can learn in here. So the thing about, how to really set different ways of thinking about this. And I think, again, at least in the Canadian context, this Trine Council, which is a national science, social science, humanities, and the other one is it's a medical, right? Right, the health science. So they started to come together a lot more in like this tri-council. So I think funding agencies actually guide a lot of what's happening as well. And I think the more we have like now we have major grants, like they call New Frontier in research. That's very exciting, right? Most of those grants are led by natural scientists, but they were told, unless you are interdisciplinary, unless you're transdisciplinary, you're never going to get it. So what then ended up happening, right, is that a couple of the natural science researchers do the leading of the writing of that proposal, and then they just add the social science, and then there's room for some social science research questions out there, but it's never that like initiated, or that creative space is not there for the social scientists, right? So that is really needs to change, and I think we're seeing more of that now in terms of recognizing that social science researchers can actually step up but this is what I mean, because usually social science work in a very small scale in terms of one case study. We can just spend time, our whole career, right, studying one place, one community, and we're just happy doing that. But there's a much bigger space out there, and to be so bold as natural scientists, I mean, you may have experienced this, right? And I'm speaking as somebody who's coming from also the background like that, right? Because it's so easy for natural scientists to go around and say, oh, I can learn how to do social science research method, right? I can become a social scientist like over the weekend. And I said, you may want to think twice about that, because I've been trying to become a social scientist for 15, 20 years, and I still cannot say that I am one properly yet, because you got to respect what it means, right? To study, to be engaged in the scholarship and everything, right? And the discourse and etc. So I think again, the practice of humility is so important. People actually, I don't know what happens. It's just so easy for many researchers, I'm not even going to say social science or natural science alone, to just say that, I can do anything, I can have solution, I can have answer to all your questions, as opposed to take back and say, I don't think I have an answer. I don't think I even know what the questions are, right? So I guess we need to really be a bit bold in what we're saying, and really, I mean, it could be frustrating. People want, answers, and, doing the kind of things we do. We might not have the answer, at least not right away, or we might have more questions as we are trying to find answers. Or how do you deal with that? And I think, again, I think there's a lot of people now that appreciate the need. I go back to this being, transdisciplinary or slow science, and look at different sources of knowledge, engaging indigenous people, etc. So I think space is actually has been created, right? But to really make it bolder and make it work for the kind of things we do, I think most of the time we need, in all spheres, we just need more of the social science thinking to guide where things go in order to get to a better place. And there's not a lot of opportunities, but I think it's there. So we just have to continue to push the boundary. And I think your center could be one of them. Thanks.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Pam. Thanks. And I agree with you. Like oftentimes in these interdisciplinary projects, as Ratana just said, you'll have scientists who know what needs to happen, and the social scientists should come along and help understand how to change incentives so that people change their behavior so that the problem is resolved, right? I think social science-driven questions can and must be different. I think what's unique about social science questions is they can get to underlying drivers of problems. Like a scientific question is, how do we get net zero in agriculture? Well, we have to reduce carbon emissions here and there and there, and not ever really talking about why the problem emerged in the first place. And I think the best solutions that come along are from studies that understand why the problem is happening in the first place. And so, and these are often political questions. They're sticky questions. They're questions about human behavior. They're questions about power. They're questions about inequities. And I think that's what we do in social science. We can ask those questions. I love, that both Ratana and Meredith talked about these underlying drivers of problems, and that's where we need to start. And I think what it also allows, the social science approach, is allows us to get at questions that I think scientists would rarely want to touch. Justice, fairness, these questions of agency, questions of equity, and how we ensure that approaches that we take to these problems that, we can understand them scientifically, but if we want to understand them from a social science perspective, we have to understand how these problems exist, not just how they exist or emerge in society, but how society needs to best grapple with them. So I think it's super important. And just to give a quick anecdote, that the government of Canada also just had these big grant opportunities in agriculture, and they gave out, lots and lots of money to get to net zero in agriculture, and you had to bring scientists and social scientists together. And there was enough complaint from social scientists that they actually opened a new call just for social science to look at these questions, which opened up a whole new set of things that could potentially be looked at. So I think it's really, really important to have the social science-led approaches as well. Thanks.
I could share something. Please. So you asked about projects, and I thank you for the question. I just want to share, again, the work that we're doing for the Federated States of Micronesia. This is their question, and they pursued a grant, a $10 million grant from the Green Climate Fund for traditionally based sustainable food system production, right? And so their question was how to support their indigenous farmers to be able to lead and develop a food system. And so we were invited and had the opportunity, our team, to then create a survey tool to survey 600 indigenous farming families across the whole country. To get that tool, we had to work with each state and the local NGOs and the traditional leaders. It took us 25 iterations of that survey tool to get one survey tool that all states would say, our people will answer that. It's appropriate, it's culturally appropriate, you're not going to offend anyone. In order for us to get the enumerators, because in each state, these are 17 different languages. The enumerator had to be from each municipality, right? So you had to find and then they had to go through the CITI training, and it took almost a year before we could actually implement it, so that it was reaching the most remote folks, those farmers, and then those questions had to do with how was climate change impacting your food system? How are you growing your food? Do you want to grow more food? What do you need? And then the results also had to include environmental impact, which was science, and we brought in Dr. James Shope, who provided the information about soil erosion on many of the atolls. But ultimately, that data came from supported those farmers who said, we want more crops that can be climate resilient, that could be maybe saltwater resilient, if the saltwater resilient taro. But ultimately, this was all about the voices of the people, right? This is their project that we're assisting. But it helps me, this question led me think, of course, it is social science driven. And it took a long time, and we presented the data at their national R&D conference. And it was interesting because some of the leaders at the top were questioning, why did we do this? Why are we taking so long? Isn't there a top-down approach where we could just be bringing in greenhouses and growing food rather than what are those folks who don't get to speak because they're living in the rainforest? What do they want? And this was so incredibly meaningful to be able to be part of supporting their vision for, again, a supply chain that starts with 80% of their folks are sustainable subsistence farmers. So they're the ones who are going to grow the food, but they have to do it within their cultural system. They have to get the approval of their high chiefs, right? And it has to also be sustainable. So that is that process, and it's just an honor. I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
I guess I'll just share, I had a profound failure early in my career where I was that social scientist who got invited into the room, and I was like, oh my God, I'm here. I get to do this amazing project. Like, I was so excited. And then they brought me in and they were like, fix this. And it must have been the delivery or the people or something, but I just looked at them and I was like, yeah, I'm not your girl. Like, no. And I usually say yes, so like for me to be like that junior, and anyway, so from that point forward, I kind of I've had like a personal policy that that's not my skill set. No judgment to anybody who wants to be in that space. That's not the place that I thrive in and that I can make a contribution to. So I actually think that I am almost only doing social science research questions now. And so I would say that I feel like I may be coming across as like not being supportive of teams. I love teams. And so what I would say is the translational bit to get there is to really invest on, it's not necessarily like, I would like to have an anthropologist, a political scientist. It's who you actually get on the bus and having really radical, fierce collaboration conversations from the get-go and saying, this is like, is this a space where you're going to thrive as a scientist? Is this a space where you're going to be happy doing this? And if it's not, okay, let's like be okay with saying no and saying, I'm excited about other opportunities to collaborate. Maybe it'll work out. If not, I'm so glad I had this time with you or whatever, and then moving on. And so I think creating a safe space for people to say no, thank you, is really important. And then related to that, I think that when I think of a team and diversity, I tend to think of disciplinary diversity. And in my mind, I'm thinking of something horizontal. And I think it's really important to think about it vertically in terms of, I don't want to say age, career exposure, but like making sure that you have junior, mid-career, upper career, and then like senior career folks. I think having those conversations with a team that way also really facilitates, in my experience, successful teams. Because overwhelmingly, a team is going to experience failure multiple times in these spaces. And so like, it's about how we work together to sort of get over those like personal pokes and then the professional pokes.
I can speak to that. I don't have a... Thank you. So yeah, absolutely. I've been, ever since I finished my PhD, like about 10 years ago, I've been working interdisciplinary. And yeah, I mean, you learn a lot. Once you start, it's like you're very, oh, they call me. I mean, they're gonna listen to what I gotta say. But over time, you realize that, yeah, of course, you do a lot of like the sprinkling, the social science on top of what they do. But I gotta say, over the past 3-4 years, I've been involved in a project that is kind of a beast. Really a lot of money and a lot of people. So a lot of cooks in the kitchen. And yes, a lot of failure. But I gotta say that I got the privilege of seeing really hardcore basic scientists actually thinking of topics that are more related to humility and, oh, hell, if I do this, then I'm not doing this. So we had at least a year and a half spent trying to decide the sites for the research project, with everybody having different ways, and we actually wrote a paper about the whole process. And I can tell you the managing expectations part, the different timelines in terms of deliverables, because social scientists, we don't produce until way later. We need a whole process of getting familiarized with the place before we can actually produce meaningful science. All of that is really important. I'm really concerned about the investment that comes with those kinds of projects, because there is no clear expectation. So everybody's saying, let's do co-participatory or co-governance now, or knowledge co-production. God, that has been very difficult, because if you're truly doing it the right way, you have to involve the people from early on. So it's a constant process of going back and forth, and it doesn't end. I mean, you have to cultivate those relationships. So that takes a long time. It takes a lot of resources. We had hours and hours and hours of meetings among ourselves to figure out the structure of the governance of the project itself. So I think, it requires a lot of resources, and it requires particular personalities, which we never talk about that stuff. The whole personality side of things, what motivates you to stay on, right? I would like to see donors recognizing that many of the things that we do have longer timelines. So if you're implementing a project on IUU or whatever, you're not gonna see results in 3 years, or you're evaluating an MPA, right? It would take 5 years, 10, 15, but you don't have the financial support, not only administrative, to see those results. So I think, we need to re-envision and think about the funding system. That would be what I would say. And of course, a 10-year system, which I'm up for 10 years, so of course I'm very critical.
You got this. Can you tell, when you apply for a center, can you tell them how long a period, can you have a long grant runway? I think, and I've said this to program officers at NSF, but they need longer runways. It's too short. It's too short. Sorry.
No worries. I'll just say something really briefly, because I realize we're at a bit over the time frame. And I'll just speak from someone who has never gotten the privilege or the terror of serving as a token social scientist as part of a larger team of natural scientists, but more as someone who has worked with and collaborated with natural scientists, but has been able to kind of shape the questions, in some ways toggle between natural and social science questions. My sense is that most natural scientists are really quite aware of the social and political processes that undergird their work, and they intentionally do not bring attention to them because they make for a very messy and complex NSF application. They make for a very messy and complex paper, and that's not what they're trained in, that's not what they specialize in. So I think one of the great privileges we have here over the next few days is to think about some of that translational work that Pam mentioned in her question, and think about how we can foreground a set of questions and a set of interventions and imperatives around a research program that brings us to the forefront.
Well, thank you so much to everybody. I think this is a great note to end on, some really juicy things to think about for those of us that are staying on for the next couple of days. So thank you to the panel again. So we have one more thing before we invite everybody to go back to our reception, and that is, I would like to invite Rachel Schwamm, who is my co-PI, to come up and give us some closing remarks and wrap it all up for us.
I've had the privilege of remaining quiet and listening to you all today, and I'm so thankful for your talks, and I learned so much, and they were just such a great set of talks, a great set of questions and discussion. I loved the engagement from the audience, so I'll thank you all for that. I was listening to this with an ear for thinking about planning a center proposal for sustainability governance. And I'll just mention a few quick notes around a couple questions that kind of came to the forefront to me that I thought, oh, these are questions, that we can think about that the talk spoke to in different ways. So the first one was, how do we make sustainability governance more democratic and equitable and just? And there was discussion about institutional reform, right? And we heard about the Committee on World Food Security and whose voices are heard, how we structure these processes. So we can ask, where can we do more of this? How can we do this more effectively? There was also organizing stakeholders. We heard about organizing smaller scale fishers and non-corporate voices, marginalized voices, and how can we do more of this? How can we do this more effectively? A third one that was kind of like simmering underneath many of the talks, I thought, was democratizing technology and thinking about, the idea that technology kind of can be wielded as a weapon and kind of in big ag, but also how agroecology farmers are possibly using technologies to help their farming. And Dr. Gore's talk, she mentioned monitoring advances, right, in technologies and helping that advance conservation enforcement. And so how can we bring technology into the governance of sustainability, and how can we use it more effectively? And then the second set of questions I heard was around kind of knowledge production. Obviously, we've had more discussion of that here, and information needs and what those are for sustainability governance. I appreciated the many nods to having humility. I've been thinking a lot about how we acknowledge true uncertainty and things we don't know in these very complex systems when we're governing, and how I feel a little bit that sometimes scientists are saying things, that institutions are forcing scientists into potentially saying things that they sound more certain of, and putting numbers on things that may not be a good way to govern. But we also heard, thinking about how scientific assessments are used in policy and decision making, and how we might measure this. Certainly thinking about co-production of knowledge, a huge issue. How do we support this better? What are best practices for those science policy interfaces when we're integrating alternative knowledges and indigenous voices? So those are just some of the things that kind of themes that cross-cut that came. It was such a really fruitful and really interesting set of talks for me, hitting on just such a great range of things. And I have a list of thank yous. Pam's so organized. She had printed up a list of thank yous. And I also feel great appreciation and thanks for you all, but she's the one that wrote them down, so I would remember them. And Rutgers Climate and Energy Institute, who's given us a huge amount of support, including Marjorie Kaplan, Oliver Stram, Matt Drews, Julie Lockwood, and our wonderful undergraduates, Emma Golden and Abby Cohen, who are here helping with the mics and registration. Our Human Ecology Administrative staff, Wendy Stellatella and Corey Adams. Our graduate students, Katie Can, Dhruv Gandharan, which I didn't read before, so sorry, Sadef Javed, and Adrian Martinez, Lisa Aramil, who's going to help tomorrow and helped us develop this whole program. And finally, I will also thank a big round of applause for Pam McElwee, who helped, did a lot of intellectual thinking ahead of this, and then a lot of last minute details and kept everything running smoothly. And the final thing is to please take the survey and let us know what you got out of the event. We have a QR code, and we would greatly appreciate any feedback you have around this. And again, thank you all for coming. I learned so much from you all, and thanks to the audience for being here. And now, we have a nice little reception with even beer and wine, which is unusual at Rutgers, so and non-alcoholic drinks.